Don't mind me, just using this as evidence I do not have commitment issues. Morning Matto and Chatto, how are you doing on this fine Tuesday at Sick Mat Jam Sick Tenerife late save?
I keep breathing fine. I won't wait for you, 'cause you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone. But you don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fine. And you keep telling lies.
Hello, Chatto! It's Tuesday, and coming up today on Outcasts to Icons, two of our relatively important players have release clauses that are a little bit too low. We can't make them bigger, which means they're probably going to leave. The task becomes replace them, potentially, and maybe have the season not collapse from underneath us. We won the Conference League group, we got to the knockouts, we've got plenty of money to spend, the youth intake looks like it's going to be shit, but who cares? Because all that and more is coming up today on Outcasts to Icons. And I've done it one bar early. I thought I'd nailed that one. No, apparently not. Yeah, Schuber. Basically, it's not. It just feels like it is. It merely has the appearance of being dead on account of it not breathing. Now, I can understand how that can be confusing. Basically, there is a video coming out literally hopefully within the next week, because I did a massive chunk of editing on it yesterday for like 9 hours. Let me just turn it down a little bit. Tomorrow I'm going to record facecam footage for it and the last sections of game capture, and then it's just a case of stuffing piece together. Yeah, no, I totally get it. It's been a bit weird the last few months, basically. And now we're back, hopefully. It should be good. But yeah, it was a case of like yesterday, I edited and slotted in 106 matches worth of video footage. To give you an idea of what we're dealing with here. Inferno, thank you for the 55.
Odd morning, PSH friends. Hello from under the desk. 55 months and I'm still under here. Slurping like real burpies. Reginetti in the pantry. Not but seriously, Harv, what do you do with spiky pasta? Fire in the belly, head in the freezer, pasta in the mouth, head in the belly, fire in the freezer, burpies in the udders. Enjoy seeing my sub coming through again on Sundat. I did it one time on mobile and this is how they reward me. Stay succulent and don't get dried up like an old husk.
I like it. I like how the resub messages now have just become like a competition to see who can be the most out of pocket. And do you know what? You're in the lead for today. Ah, dear. Fucking indicate it's not dead, it's just resting. Literally, yeah. I feel a lot better about it. Yesterday was one of those ones where I just woke up and chose violence, and by violence I meant I went for a really fast run, and because I was actually able to again, and it's almost like that immediately gave me the motivation to actually be able to work again. Crazy how those sort of two things are connected, isn't it? Ideally, it really, like in logical terms, it would be up this Friday, but I don't know what time I'm going to be back from the mechanics on Friday because I have to take my car in, and that's quite a long way away. So it would depend on what time I get back on how much I can finish on that one, but it's soon, basically. And then we're going to work on that video with Hadrian, and then straight into the showings recap. So there won't be anywhere near these large gaps that there were recently. It's just been a fucking weird time. Chat have heard me like ad nauseum go over it, but I realise obviously you wouldn't have heard that. So that's why I'm reiterating it to you, I suppose. But yeah, there you go. How's it going? How are you, my friend? You're going to hairdressers in half an hour. Ooh. A lot of interesting stories. You say that, Tome, but what that simply means is either you need to talk to your hairdresser more or get a more interesting hairdresser. I'm just, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the site's down. Is it really? Oh, I might tell Aaron that his site's down. I don't have them, like, to hand, per se. I mean, I have them installed in the sense that, like, they're downloaded on my computer, but I can't really provide them, like, right now from that point, because all I would say is to take them from Aaron's website, but he must have them hosted on Mediafire or something, though, right, chat? Let me go off this. Because obviously I have them, but they're just like in my computer rather than like anywhere I can actually give you a link to directly. I'll just be like, here, come into my computer and take the training schedules out. Yeah. British Staying with United. Do you know what? That doesn't seem, I'm not surprised by that. I don't see that. I mean, I know it was good money, but if they'd offered him like a lot more than that, I wonder if he'd have gone. But to me, I was like, oh, is that it for Saudi money, you know? It was 80 on Saturday. Love that. My hairdresser's like 3 years older than me. But when we first met, it was like, wow, she's so much older. I'm like, yes, Matt, you're 14. That's why. She seems older, but she's not. In silence, been asked banal questions over and over, though. Yeah, so I think this is why it's not really an issue, because my hairdresser is just my mate. So I just use it as an excuse to go over and have a natter, have a cup of coffee, get a haircut while I'm there, and just, yeah. It's the perfect scenario. And also, when you've got an old hairdresser, you've got that always that worry in the back of your mind of, what if they pass away or retire? Then what do? I have to find a new hairdresser. Luckily, my hairdresser's 38. So this is not an issue I have to deal with anytime soon. She'll still be cutting my hair in the retirement home, you know? When will it end? Ooh. Oh, they actually paid it? Yeah, so he's... Oh, I love the fact that you can actually... you actually have him trained as number 10 as well. It's the fact that he's 21 that's horrifying about that. What release clause have you got on him? Because I'm noticing that this is looking a little low, even by the standards of, like, or is this just because his release clause is higher than that, but that's just where the game values him because Deportivo? Because I wouldn't have this guy on less than 200 million release clause if I was you. When are we leaving Tenerife? No plans to. Why? I mean, nothing's going wrong here to the point where we would leave. Also, who the fuck is this? Okay. Sorry, I just noticed the game has changed our hot prospect to this dude who I genuinely do not remember. I'm assuming he's one of the players we signed from the lower Spanish sides. In fact, he must be. It was presumably these guys, right? What actually was it? No, it was these guys. CD Estepona. Yeah, so 4th tier side. And I guess I just loaned him back. Huh. Not doing a journeyman. Yes, I am. But part of the journeyman is you actually want to try and succeed in a goal at the part of that is part of the journeyman, actually trying to succeed at a goal as part of the journeyman. So we are trying to succeed at the goal at Tenerife. That's the point of the journeyman part, is the build up to it. 64k. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It could be worse. Yeah, besides, if we moved anywhere else, what is this release cost? It's probably 20 million, let's be honest. That's the one I was using on all of... Oh, 30. Okay. Hey, look at me. Not quicker. The thing is, though, he does have 18... Sorry, no, he doesn't. He does have 14 pace, which is not bad to start. I love that passing, though. I reckon as a player on this right-hand side, as an inverted winger, which is actually... Sorry, I was looking for it further down because he was right-footed, but still. Professional pot... Like... Yeah, basically, to jump to a better team from Tenerife, so hypothetically, actually, let's just bring this back. Hypothetically, if I was to try to jump to a different team in Tenerife right now, the options would be immensely limited due to the amount of teams that are currently not manageable due to the rules of the save. So, if you just like consider Tenerife where we are now, i.e. a team that is sort of top 7 in the league that they're in, i.e. in Spain in this case, so that's a really solid side. Plus, remember the prospects we've got too. Our prospect pool is stacked. We're like San Jose Sharks, but with better vibes, imaginally. Single digits. Let's actually, should we have a look? Just out of hypothetics, just look at the top 5 leagues, maybe. So, actually, just look at the leagues that are on the screen here. These are the top 9 leagues, I guess, right? Hello, Sabica. Hungarian football. Falling out of the first tier. Wow. Really? That's Molfehevar, yeah? The ones that used to be called Videoton. That sucks, because they were really good in the MTK save. So, Tenerife B, I think you're fine. That's the London Knights. Although, also, 889, I know you watch the VOD sometimes. Was it the London Knights that your nephew got drafted to in the CHL? Because if so, if I remember correctly, that's fucking sick. I was watching a video about the London Knights and the Calder Cup. Not the Calder Cup. Oh, Christ. I can't remember what it's called. You know, the CHL trophy. Yesterday. Because they're absolutely dominating, obviously. So, yeah, if we're looking at the Premier League, basically... That's not the Premier League. Oh, this it is. So Liverpool, Arsenal, Man City, Spurs, Brighton. I don't think Brighton are available, are they? I think, honestly, Christ. No, even Borough. Is it Bristol City? I think maybe you're the highest ranked team in England you could go to. Yeah, I think the only way I realistically leave Tenerife at this stage would be if we were to lose a European final, which could easily happen, don't get me wrong. But that's what would likely happen there. So the reason I actually wanted to do this little thought experiment is just because I'm actually curious now myself as to what the options would be like were we to be in that situation. I think it genuinely is Bristol City. the highest ranked team that we would be able to go to in England, were we to do so. Although I have my eye on, there's only one team I think that I'd be interested in going to in England, and that is because Salford are top of the championship. Might second... Ooh. Wait a minute, though. I'm convinced Mainz have... I swear... No, it wasn't the Champions League. Could have sworn they got to a final or something in this save. Maybe not. Okay, so Mainz would probably still be an option. Other than that, all these guys are gone. Frankfurt, Leipzig, Schalke probably at some point, right? France is obviously a little bit more open to an extent. Yeah, we can't be Borough, can't be Fulham. Which is just weird to say that, isn't it? Like, in Italy, all the usual suspects. An all-black home kit. Have you tried the New Zealand rugby team? I remember for a bit, Icor had a black home kit, but that was like a custom kit. I don't know, actually. The imaginary football league I had in my head when I was a kid had a team in it called London, and they played only in black. Orlando Pirates? Good shout, actually. So yeah, what have we been to now? So we went to Mariska Merch in Luxembourg. Got relegated because they hadn't won a game all season when we took over. We actually did make them a lot better, but the timescales just didn't line up. Then we went to Cardiff Draconians in Wales in the second tier, newly promoted to the second tier in Wales. We then won promotion to the top flight in Wales, so back-to-backs for them. Then got to... fourth place, nearly got Europe in the first season, and nearly won the cup as well. So very close to good stuff. Decided to move on at that point. Went to Italy. Nothing happened in Italy whatsoever. Went to Belgium. And had 3 seasons of incredible struggles in the Belgian third tier before finally dominating and winning a league. Then we went to Leixões in Portugal. Got them promoted from an unbelievably far away position when we took over. Then got them into Europe. Then had a relatively poor season with them. Left. Tried to go to Las Palmas. They said no. We joined their biggest rivals, Tenerife, and that is where we are right now. But there we go. No favoured personnel. To be fair, I don't think even I'm favoured personnel yet. Like, look at some of the people on this list. Like, Jupp Heynckes, for example, is on this list. It's going to take some time to get going, right? Do they really? Father, see, this is the thing, Taylor. He's not clickable in game, but I had noticed that as well. And I'm role-playing that is the case. Yeah, we just took a little break after Wales. Most of the recap section about Sestri is quite literally just me. I don't even talk about the transfers because there's just nothing to show. Wow. It literally is just me explaining the Serie B playoff system. That's the majority of this. And the section for Italy is legitimately like 4 minutes long. That's how little I focused on it. Enough for it to be a joke, but not enough for it to be serious, you know? As yeah, Lindelap is at Watford. Although he's actually been a Sunderland boy for a very long time in this save. That's actually quite impressive for Sunderland, really. To have him for that long, be that consistent, and then actually still make a little teeny profit on the top. Love to see that. Don't want to just running it back and doing it again. It worked before. Why wouldn't it work again, eh? So that's good. I like these sort of random loans he has as well, like Palermo, Blackburn. And then, wait. I didn't realise this, that he went to Luton for free one season. They sold him a year later for nearly 7 million quid. To be fair, 21 goals in the Championship is actually fucking great. Bay Hudson, thank you for the 50 months, my friend.
Hey, it's 50 months now.
Hello.
What a ride. I have nothing obscene or offensive to say.
Doubt
Yet.
it.
All my past experiences have been delightful. No passages perforated, no family shame. Only cacio e pepe.
Chat! Look! It's Lewis Hamilton! We actually found one! No shit! Sorry about that, Bay. There's actually a Lewis Hamilton. No fucking way! Don, you finally nailed one. 120 to... Hang on, I've got to scout this guy. And he's Cypriot. Can I sign him yet? Where was he born? Nicosia? Immense. I can't believe that. He's finally got out Ferrari. Look at this, the fact that the pace is actually potentially quite decent as well. Has no pace. No, but the thing is he could have 20 pace, James. He doesn't, but he could. Fuck it. Yeah, look, you know what? Fuck it, why not? You have to. Moving on, pretty much, yeah. That was great. Kieran McKenna. Rules of the save. If you do exclamation mark OTI, Nicobossi, you will get a little bit of a rundown. But the generals, wow, okay. I'll give you a rundown myself just in case there's anything that's not clear. Essentially, we're trying to win the Champions League with a team that's never been in a European final. But the teams that are reaching European finals during the save that haven't already get taken off the list as well. So we have a big spreadsheet that keeps track of it. And we obviously jump from club to club, starting at the bottom of European management all the way to the top in theory, basically. That's the general rules of the save. If we get to a European final and then we lose, we have to resign, basically. So it's a bit of a risk there when you go to it. Lose that to Chelsea. Boring, I guess. That's the best way I can really describe it for me, from an outside perspective, which obviously doesn't matter, right? Because if you're a Chelsea fan, you don't care. And if you're an Ipswich fan, you've got money out of it. So I suppose it's like, but from an outside perspective, it is just like, okay, you know, least interesting transfer imaginable kind of thing. Like, why has he not gone to, like, Galatasaray or something? Which would obviously be very silly. But wouldn't it be funny? Not really what we need. I guess people, from when I talked about this before, people were like, oh, it's to replace Nicholas Jackson. But I still feel like Chelsea can get something out of Nicholas Jackson. It is just kind of like, you know? Go to Schalke. Why the hell not? Can't imagine why, Don. I'm sure you have no possible reason to want that. I think he should go to Elversberg. Exactly that. It's just kind of like entirely like logical, but it's also just like Aguero, the heights of his play styles. Maybe with the sort of like because they're both quite diminutive but stocky boys, right? Because Dosso actually has very little strength at all. I feel like they'd have to have higher strength as well to be more of the Aguero mold. Because Aguero was like a not quite Shaqiri, not quite Minecraft, but he had that kind of low. Oh, you might notice that that's happened. It does give like Tifo video in 5 years what happened to Liam Delap. Sort of they write themselves, don't they? So yeah, we got up to the apparently the window opens for some clubs on the 30th of December or something. Because oh wait, hang on, no, it must have been for us as well. So the 4 guys that we picked up have joined us, but none of these guys were really like expected to be great. They were just players we picked up because we could, and their attributes looked okay. Harachunian, it's got some caps, Devilish, that kind of guy. Nothing major there. Lorenzo Petrangeli, of course. What we're going to do, we knew that Dosso was likely going to leave, pretty much. We couldn't offer him a new deal because he didn't want to stay because of the interest elsewhere. So we had there wasn't really any recourse for us other than to accept the fact that going into January, we were likely to lose Dosso. Now, there are players Dosso, I feel like it would be a shame to lose him for that amount of money, but the only way we could convince him to sign for us in the first place was to give him that release clause. So it's like a kind of double-edged sword, right? We knew we were going to leave. We knew we were likely to lose him. I wish we could have lost him for more, but it is what it is. We've got Raul, though, and this is just going to open up an opportunity for Raul to play. So I'm not entirely fussed. Although, actually, I would say that. I was looking in the scouting centre before streamer. There is actually a striker in there that looks kind of interesting, but whether I want to then drop Raul further back again... No, I think it's lower than last year, actually. It's not. It's 48. Right then. I thought I dropped it down a bit. Apparently not. Hello, AJ. Nasty flu virus. Holy shit. That's come on bloody quickly. How's it going, man? Thank you for taking the time to respond to my message yesterday as well. Had a dreadful morning. But then I actually, for once, showed a bit of resilience and recovered it. And then did 9 hours of editing, which was nice. But yeah, get well soon, man. This was the centre-back we picked up from Club Africain. I agree retrospectively with chat that he probably wasn't the best use of our money. But he's a good player, if nothing else. He might even take to being a B-team player, honestly. Which is not bad. And this was the random young Italian-Albanian guy who's got relatively good value, actually. The thing that's going to hold him back, probably, is the 5'10"-ness of a centre-back, right? But his tackling's okay. Heading's okay. He's weird. He's overpriced, I would say. But the fact that he's got 6 under-21 caps for Albania at the age of 16 is intriguing. He could be one of those players that's actually got like a reasonable PA. It's just like there are certain things that are going to hold him back. But either way, like I think he's a fun player. So I'm not going to complain about him by any means. Can I not even move him to the B team? Why can I not move him to the B team? Hello, Andrew. Is it because he's too young for the B team? weird. Or is it because he's injured? He is unflappable, though. We do like a bit of light-hearted unflappable. I mean, it says he's a third-tier quality player. So if I could put him in the B team, that'd be helpful, considering they're in the fourth tier. Also, as you say, Scanner is a cool name. Particularly, it doesn't sound... I wonder if that's linked to the Swedish part. I mean, it isn't, but that would be cool as well. So yeah, those are the guys that joined. The moment the window opened as well, we got this, which is... There's not really a lot we can do about it. Dortmund and Eintracht Frankfurt both want Dosso. They both immediately triggered his release, literally the second the window opened as well. It's just unfortunate. The only thing we could potentially do is do a cheeky on Lille. Try and sneak that in. Wow, that's surprising, actually. I think it'd be worth a go, because if we were to get him on that deal instead, we'd take a little bit of a hit, but we'd also get the money down the back of the line. So that was my hope with that one. Iram, presumably these are all just like youth players, right? Important player, regular starter, no. Like, go to any of these ones. Yes, that is actually Kieran McKenna's Lille. I'd have felt he would have been safe there, you know? Scandinavia. Probably not, no. Oh, Obst, actually. Do you know what? That might be a good idea for us. Who's going to give him the most game time whilst also paying a lot of money? Holy shit, Espanyol. Is anyone going to give me loads of money and play him loads? Do you know what? Wow, this is... Take note, chat. An AI team has just offered me a reasonable loan deal for a footballer. Excellent left mid. Probably not. I liked him at the time, but I just don't think it would be a good use of the little money we are going to have. Because the thing about being Tenerife right now is that most of our money is going to come from player sales in terms of transfer budget, and we can't rely on that long term, so I'd rather not splash it on one dude, unless they are truly godlike. Although I wouldn't mind revisiting and having another look, just in case. Matatius Marriott, thank you very much for the follow. What a lovely name. Yeah, Espanyol there, with 81 grand a month, almost his entire wage. 100%. Yeah, but Espanyol were offering just more money in general. Right? Because they're offering... I mean, look at that unused monthly fee. So ironically, with a lower squad status, we'll probably make more money because they'll use him less. What they should have done is breakthrough prospect. I'm simply laundering money on this occasion. Ekjane, who's that? Is that one of our guys from last year? They're not paying any money, so it doesn't really matter who he goes to, because they're all in the same division anyway, so that's fine. Pueyo... I don't really want to sell Pueyo. Want to loan Pueyo, because I think he's too important to the first team at this stage. Irakoze, you can definitely go out on loan, particularly for important player. It's one of our Armenian chaps. They're both fine, I guess. We don't need him immediately. Rodriguez. Sure. Don't know who that is. And you're a similar story. And more reports from Karabchea. Share this guy. I love it. Let's go. Show me the guy. Oh my god. 20 years old. Jesus Christ. Do you know what? My brain went, only 14 pace. Washed. No, he's... and he's 6'4". Right, okay. Suddenly he's insane. Yeah, I don't know what to say. He's obscene. And in 2028 as well. Look at the value on him, by the way. That just shows you how broken some of these values are in FM. 1.6 million to 5.4. This guy, if he was at Real Madrid, which he actually could be, would be worth like 100 million pounds. That's wild. I guess we just have to go progress and hope that when inevitably Dosso leaves... Oh, I forgot about Lewis Hamilton. Find a loan for Lewis Hamilton. Sure, we can loan him to Maranello. A release cost of 5 grand. Brave. Do you know what? Fine. Weird that you'd even put that in there. I suppose you have to have some kind of release clause. It's right. I'm not expecting Lewis Hamilton to actually play for us. Also, on the 31st of December here, we get to play against me. This is where they don't actually start me, and I am immensely disappointed about it. We could loan him to Le Mans. Good. Solid. Could loan it into Miami, perhaps? Right. QPR Muggers, but stop it! Don't make me not want to drink my coffee out of it, Jacko. New players for La Liga. No. Not allowed to. Don't need to. Oh yeah, I forgot about him. Can I move him to the B team now? Yes, finally. Oh. Shopping list. Honestly, no. I think our biggest, like, the biggest issue that, bear in mind, our squad size is maxed out at the moment, but obviously that could be swept around a little bit. I'm actually in a position where I'm so happy with the underlying prospects we've got coming through in virtually every position that I don't feel desperate like we need to sign anyone in any position, which is brilliant because it means that, well, actually, that's funny you mention that, Andy, because that is actually something I do want to address, but I reckon we can address it from within. The call is coming from inside the house. Raul, if Dosso is off, probably Jose Garcia or one of the absolute plethora of number 10 is the most stacked position we have in our youth academy. For some reason, a lot of those guys we picked up from the 4th tier all seem to be number 10s. So that is actually a position we don't have to worry about. There'll be like 3 more waiting in the wings. In addition, I want to return a loan of a guy who could play left wing backup, and it is Jose Carvalho. This guy. I think this guy would be more than capable of playing as a backup to Marquez. Look at the pace that he's got. Solid left foot. Sorry, very strong right foot and a good left foot as well. He can cross, he can dribble. He's young, he's consistent. What about Smakes? Well, he's always there. Can I actually recall him, though? Yes, I can. Nice. About 4-4 teams. I know, I've somehow turned it into a building a nation, even though I wasn't intending to. 5 tackling hurts. True, but what is Marquez tackling? Actually, doesn't he have like 12? 8. I just thought it was a way of fixing the... it means that we don't have to then rush to find a winger. Because if we do find one, then brilliant. But if we don't, then we've got Jose Carvalho. And I'd rather use a younger player again. Because it's just fun, honestly. I don't think Verstappen's even a name in the name pool, per se. Whereas Hamilton, obviously... well, it is. Okay, so we now know that it is. But it's in the German name pool, interesting. Left wing back. We've got loads. Left wing back is one of the most stacked positions in this squad, right? I suppose with the slight move, it depends what happens with Pineda, potentially. To be fair. Because while Pineda's still here, he is the backup. Sadly, no George Russells. He's busy being crashed into. He's out injured. Oh, dear. Yeah, let's just see what comes up. Because if Dosso goes, obviously, that does leave a hole. But that's a hole that I'm more than happy to let Raul fill. We would then have to sort of pick the backup at that point. And Burma going to Man United. It's just sort of like... It's actually very similar to the Liam Delap transfer we were talking about earlier. It's just like, oh, okay. You know? That's the way I tend to look at it. For Verstappen, Leclerc, I thought kind of what everybody else thought about it, really. It's just Red Bull have kind of screwed him in many ways by telling him to give the position back in the first place because he clearly didn't need to, and they were way too cautious about it, and that's just pissed him off, and he's then crashed into George Russell. It's like... I love that it was George Russell as well. It really didn't help that it was George. Mitrovic to United? No way. That would be like them signing tall Dutch guy, Weghorst. So now we've got Jose Carvalho back. I'm going to first team him straight away. Sorry, just noticed he has a £10 million release clause. Might just deal with that before we do anything else. I thought we'd already dealt with all of these, but just to be sure, let's just make sure this one gets covered too. Breakthrough prospect, negotiate contract, 5.5k, 48 million. Brave, but it's going to be 150. That's just my default contract on all of these guys that look kind of good now. Hello, Daz. You have a second nationality, don't you? Guinea-Bissau. Okay, we've got to be careful with him because of that Guinea-Bissau second nationality. But if I could get an 8-year boy out of him here, that'll get till 26. Cool. Just wanted to make sure I covered my bases there before Man United try and steal him out from underneath me. Senior squad. Nice. That would be why his value is so low, because of the release clause, not because of his actual value. That makes me feel a bit better now, actually. Probably finished PC. Yeah, absolutely. He just kind of went for it. When we went to Europe because of Textor and Leon. That's one of those things where... While technically, yes, it's never going to happen, right? Because can you imagine the absolute uproar if that happened to Palace, but City were allowed to compete in Europe with Girona at the same time? Like, there's no way they're actually going to let that happen. It's just being stirred up because it makes people click on things, particularly as it would be Brighton that would technically be the ones that go into Europe instead. So it's just driving clicks, isn't it, really? I see absolutely zero chance that actually happens. Oh, hello, a minute. Eintracht Frankfurt. What the hell's going... Why is Obst so wanted? All the Red Bull teams, exactly, yeah. Am I actually going to be able to get rid of him for quite a lot of money? It's a clickbait story, yeah. I think the reason it's been picked up is because of the Brighton element of it, that's all. It's so pages that are called like Footy Butty Bible on Instagram can get clicks from you. Basically, I don't know what Footy Butty Bible would be, but you know, someone set that page up. You know, we'll make our own clickbait. Hello, Archer. Where's he gone? We're just hiding inactive ones for the time being because apparently everyone's leaving. Marius, I'll turn down Espanyol now because apparently Eintracht Frankfurt are going to give us even more money. Oh, what? Do they own Bodder as well? That's kind of cool. From Sunday stream, basically vibes. And we're possibly going to lose two quite important players, but also I'm less bothered than I've ever been about losing important players, crazily. Footy or Butty or Bible. Ooh. That sounds a little bit like something Harv would do, involving copious amounts of pasta. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to accept this one and not the others, given that they're actually going to pay us. Seems like the smart play. I know it's only squad player, but that's fine. We get more money out of it. Adekose, sure, off you go, chap. Wow, the bids just will not stop. And regular starter, important player, off you go, son.
58 months.
Oh dear.
That's
Look at the
it.
58 months.
I've been here too long. I'm going on an 8-month expedition to either discover El Dorado or scout uncontacted tribes for new Wonder Kids.
If I don't get a South Sentinelese Wonder Kid from you, I will be disappointed. I'm just saying. Brazilian legend. But the Brazilian legend is like a guy who once played for Santos when he was like 16 years old, but then just moved to Epping to become a plumber. And there's nothing wrong with that. But not quite as interesting as you thought it was going to be, right? Who are we losing? Dosso for sure. And very likely Pineda as well. Although I must admit, actually, no one's bid on Pineda yet. Better get a move on. Yeah, get cracking. See you later. Her whole name of the... Oh, Danish team. Wow, okay. Do you know what? That's actually fairly impressive to be in the Danish team of the year. Good as guide to... Or it's just a book solely about Regan Booty. And only Regan Booty. No players now return. Nice. There must be a guy just called Footy, right? Replace them, yeah? No need. Well, actually, the greatest thing about it is, and the way that we've set up our entire setup, is that we don't need to replace them from externally. We can promote from within. Wait, what? Oh, I thought that actually name was James. Wait. Oh, no. There used to be a guy called Boothby who was a real player who was really useful in lower league saves. Why are they in there twice? And then why is Alfonso Davis the next player on the list? This guy's actually got Bible in his name. Leon Bible Kai. It's like Cobra Kai, but they throw religious texts. Take that, New Testament. Yeah, we move. How is Ron? That's a good question, actually. I haven't heard much about him lately. So that's a good sign. My prediction of him getting less than double digits this season is still on, although he actually seems to have stopped playing. Did he get injured? I feel like I'd have been notified if he did, right? He actually has had a few minor injuries, but nothing crazy. Have Montpellier just stopped playing him? Seems odd that he'd only have 10 games before Christmas when he scored 8 times. He's got 8 goals off of 2.73 XG, by the way. Where was that when he was in our team? I ask you. That is really strange, actually, that they've just stopped playing him. I'm guessing. Ligue 2. It feels like he's playing quite a lot and yet also hasn't. Is it just because there's less games in the French league, so I'm just imagining more or something? That's really strange. 5-year base, 3-year extension, upon promotion, optional 3 extension by club. Ooh, as far as I know, James, they don't stack, so it will still be 8 years either way. But I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty certain if you have one of these like extension upon promotion contracts or something, it will just write out. Raul is still daddying, yes. We played him for a little bit while Dosso was getting back from an injury, and he's banged 9 goals in 7 starts, overperforming his XG by quite some amount as well, and just in general looking exceptional. What I would say though is Dosso's actually kind of caught up with him towards the end of his time at the club, and he's very close to being. But the point is, the way I look at it is this: if Dosso's getting 0.7 XG per 90 and Raul's getting 0.71, in theory, taking one out and putting the other one in, we shouldn't notice any difference. Spain Cup's coming soon. I'm just not sure about that. He is 19 though, so he's a bit older than some of the other players that we've got in this set. So maybe, but unlikely. He's going to take a lot to get into the Spanish national team, which I don't think he is not capable of. But it's it's hard to break into it unless there's a giant gap. Pineda. Which Pineda? As in Cole Pineda? To be fair, the game did describe him as a wonder kid even when we signed him, right? Where is he? Is this where he's now lost all of his PA? There he is. Like, the game seems to rate him really highly. And I suspect if he didn't have that release clause, he would probably be rated even higher. But so far, nobody's actually bid on him. And it's actually it's only Borough that want him. So there is a chance that we might be able to get out of the window. They drop their interest, and then we offer him a new deal. Let me just check again. Never mind. We can just offer him a new contract. Unless he wants something stupid. There is that potential caveat here. He's on 27 at the moment. Oh. Okay. Now, he does have 1 cap for France, so I'll have to bear that in mind. And up it to, like, 47 if you would accept this. 58. That's the same amount, bud. All right. Meet me at, like, 69. There we go. I think that's reasonable. It's a 5-year extension. Gets him only a 7 grand wage bump. Now, obviously, if he gets 4 more France caps, but then if we've got to go with 5 France caps, he's probably worth 47,000 a week, right? And 69 million release clause. For the memes. I'd take 69 for him. Wait. Phrasing. Rouse development. If I recall, we actually looked at this last stream as well. He's, and at least we can actually see his full development because his development since he joined the club. It's mostly on the mental side of things where he's really improved. It's the 4 up in off the ball, 3 up in anticipation, 2 up in decisions. To be fair, we are training him on his mentals because I actually like a lot of his technicals already. We will switch that at some point, but right now I feel like improving his mentals is actually the way to go. And the fact that he's 19 and we've already got his off the ball up by 4 points in, 2 years, is tasty. Got up 1 in strength as well, but that will just come with time. I'm more than happy with that. What's that one? Is that off the ball right there? God, you can see these big jumps. Nice. He has 2 caps. Either way, right? I'm still happy with that. We've got some really good looking players here. I think Pueo, if he gets his physicals a bit better, is going to be a monster as well. Particularly now that he can play that role a lot more. Like, he's no Thiago Henrique yet. Thiago Henrique is exceptional. I don't understand why his value is so low. Because he has an 80 million release clause, so it's odd that the game only values him at 32 million pounds when I would say he's probably our best footballer in the squad right now. Other than maybe Almada, which is crazy. Oh, scout report. Nice. See if I can find that. Oh, it was this guy. He's at Spurs and he's 24. But I just thought it was kind of interesting that he must have lowish PA. Potentially he's just kind of nearly maxed out. It's just that at this point, a player that's maxed out their CA at our level is actually still quite good now, which is a nice little point to be in. Yeah, so Nelson Christopher was the player I was looking at Spurs. 6.4 million, but he's 24, and I suspect that this is mostly a lie. But he's certainly an interesting footballer, and I'm surprised that Spurs are trying to get rid of him. Because it looks to me like they're not even extending his contract. No longer requires services. To be fair, this is a Spurs size that are, like, insane. I got the goal 50 thing through off stream a couple of weeks, like, in between the last 2 streams, like, between Thursday and Sunday, and there was, like, 5 Spurs players in the top 12. Sell on case, but also non-EU. Oh, no, not non-EU, actually, because Nigerian. I think the other issue with him would be his contract demands. Or just not interested at all. Okay. The fact they got it from Kortrijk is interesting, yeah. That's actually disappointing. I didn't check that. Let's see if there's any crazy older ones in here, like random dude. Who the hell are you? That's hilarious. Just a random 30-year-old dude that was released by Fluminense. After 450 games. Just, yeah, the Belgian part too. But also Nigeria counts too. I was only looking at first nationalities, you see. Most of these guys are very mid-ish and incredibly expensive. Eckmüller, 88 grand a week. I think that's probably a good reference point as to what he would also look for, and I just don't know if I want to give him that kind of money, frankly. What else have we got further down, other than some pretty mid players? Although there is still this guy, Kratky, who is only 20. Maybe doesn't have the PA, but he is really intriguing, given that £7.6 million release clause. Wanted by a Saudi club as well. The Youth and Day preview was actually fairly bad. Doesn't mean the players are going to be bad. It might just mean that our squad's got better, but the likelihood is it's probably kind of mid. We only got one B-rated player in it, and it's a goddamn striker. So don't hold your breath on that one, I would say. Much cash in the bank. Yeah, we got loads. We've got 69. Hey! We have 69 million in the bank. And more importantly, 34 million in transfer funds, which would then be upped by another 15 if we were to sell Dosso, which obviously is going to happen regardless. So you can kind of assume that we've got close to 50 million in transfer budget available. Doesn't mean we have to spend it all, but we have the money available, which is great, because it means if we do find a guy, we can just pluck them straight out rather than having to be like, oh, God, you know. It gives us the ability to pull the trigger a bit faster. I'd love to get an Anguillan through the youth intake. I'm actually surprised we haven't had any so far. Is that everyone that's kind of good? Right, in that case, let me just send these other guys around again, unless anyone stands out massively, like the Minsk dude. He's only 16. I get the feeling this is probably down to the fact that we don't have much knowledge of Belarus. I mean, I'm not saying he's bad, but that amount of CA doesn't seem right for the level he's playing at. But either way, I'll send those guys around again. Ooh. That should still leave us a few players to look at. I think there's a guy at Utrecht here who's Dutch, obviously. One really average one at the Showinge. Maybe? Maybe I did, actually. I may have forgotten entirely. Hello, Mats. Obligation for Chelsea. It's got to be a proper hit for your confidence when a club is actively paying not to have to sign you. That's not ideal from a mental health standpoint, right? It'd be like if someone gave me money to not watch my content. You know? Like, I just don't want to have to let this into my life. I don't know how I'd handle that, honestly. God, the only thing with Salah El Shazli is the Noni Eunice. He's never going to count as EU. He plays in the stack position of RT. It sucks because he actually looks like he's okay, but I just don't think we can afford to take up a slot for someone like him. You, however, are actually a left back. To be, he's very cheap. It means his wage demands are likely very, very high as well. This guy's very, very cheap. He might be too young to join us as well. He's also non-EU. Is he really worth it, though? He's very diminutive. Very unadaptable. He's consistent, at least. But I'm not sure on him, honestly. He's got okay physicals. It's good stamina. Smart from them. Oh, very smart from them. To the point where I didn't even realise it was possible to do that. Like, I just assumed that that's the whole point of these contracts, but I guess that's the reason you put these clauses in them. Most of the time, I suspect that you just expect that you're going to want to sign the player, because the reason you do those loans with obligations is to get around financial rules where you just want to buy the player anyway. So the fact that they actually put that in the back door is pretty smart. No, I imagine Chelsea are offering quite decent money. We would lock him in B team. Very true. It depends. If he's like under 150k, okay, he's 75k. At that point, I think, yeah. Joe Billingham to Dortmund. Do you reckon they're just thinking, we'll just do it again? It worked once, it will work twice. Let's see what we got this time. Oh my days. Right, hang on, let's just get the player up. Roland Pinto. 17 years old. Oh my life. Oh, I like that he's not a striker or a centre-back. I feel like a lot of the time when people send me players, it's strikers or centre-backs because they stand out a lot. But I like the fact that he's just like a centre-mid who is just up 6 in jumping reach. How the fuck has he managed that? But this is what I mean when I talk about players' physicals just going through the absolute... Up 6 in jumping! That means he had 1 jumping reach. I guess he is only 163. Now, jumping reach will... Yeah, I guess the lower it is, the easier it is to climb. And in addition, when they're this young, they will actually grow as well, which increases their jumping reach without them even doing anything. Loan outs, that's not a bad point. Ah, so you've actually tried that. Curious. Nordic girls in the gym, literally, yeah. He's got like leg lengthening surgery or something. He's just on all the growth hormones. Tabarima. Like, I like him, but not enough to drop £9 million on at 16. This is the Hungarian dude who's a pressing forward and is similar price. Gilberto for... He's actually more intriguing. But still not... They're just too expensive, these kind of guys. I just don't like the risk on them. Oh, you're at Juve. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, that's kind of cool. Korean dude came through at Newcastle. Where was he born? Cheongsong. All right, fair enough. I just expected they poached him off of, like, Suwon Blue Wings or someone like that, because it's always them. Brendan Marquez. Right, I've shortlisted this guy for a reason. That would be the reason. Because he is the most aggressive winger in the history of mankind. The great thing about it is he'll absolutely murk someone with that aggression, but because he's so agile, the police can't catch him. Still not sure if I want to actually spend any money on him, but he's certainly an interesting player. And 3 strength. Damien Fleming. Anguillan as well. Anguillan German. I guess there's just limited name pool options for Anguilla, so Fleming must appear quite a lot. He's the weakest man in the world. Has no positioning ability whatsoever. I mean, that's a defensive attribute, but still. He is just... He's Anthony, isn't he? Essentially, he's Anthony. That's basically what he is. Without any ability. Ghislaine? He's got good tackling. It's so hard to tell when they're that young, unless they like really, really stand out. Owen Thirion, he sounds like a wrestler. Chihuahua type, yeah, fully. Like the hold me back while no one's attempting to stop him from doing anything. Ilias Renson is a great name. I like the prerequisites. He's just very expensive. Oh, they got him from Lokeren. Sorry, these names are like ingrained in me from editing the 100 and... What was it? There was like 15 matches at Sestri, 34 a season in Belgium. Yeah, it was like 110 games I had to edit yesterday. That was fun. Cheap Porto guy. He is, but like he's 23 years old. He's Colombian, so he's non-EU. He's just... These are the exact types of players I try to avoid because he's likely never going to be any better than he is. Because I just think he'd be falling down the pecking order so quickly, and he'd take up a non-EU slot. Wouldn't even be the kind of guy you could put in the B team either, because he's too old. He is a Padilla, which does make him better immediately. That was a really mid-scout report. One thing I haven't done, actually, in the last few weeks, is actually looked at the scouting to get some new players on the list, in fairness. The session never happened. This is very true, but we still need to discuss it. Okay, who's this guy at Genk? No, it's fair. Usually those guys, usually from Porto, Benfica, and Sporting, but especially Porto and Sporting, they're always 23, and I assume that's because that's when those initial contracts finish, so you can get them quite cheap, and occasionally it works out. I find the best players you can get doing that are goalkeepers, because goalkeepers' development curve is slightly more advanced in terms of they age a bit better into their development curve. So picking up 23-year-old goalkeepers from those guys is great. This is... I want to look at... Also, who's this guy down here? Rainier. They're both 20. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, I was very surprised by it, particularly as I woke up yesterday morning in a foul mood. Just like appalling mood. And then finally went for a midweek run for the first time in 2 weeks because my foot was feeling a bit better. And then I was able to actually do some stuff. And yeah, it gets a bit tedious after a while doing all this. So basically the way you've all seen the recaps before. So what I've tried to do on this one to make sure that we don't just extend the length of it unnecessarily is occasionally there are segments where I do just bundle 4 matches into like one line of commentary. So it just like shows one goal from each with the scores across the top, especially during that last season in Belgium where we were just winning. So that makes it a little bit easier, but it's still a lot of stuff to record and edit. The video at the moment is about 45 minutes, but that's before I put in any of the Twitch clips, including some quite long segments such as the final day in Belgium in season 2, which we all know how that went. Right, let's have a look at some of these guys, because this guy... Oh, this is the St. Nicholas dude. Who's he wanted by? This is going to be a big... Interesting. What day? Oh, it was a great day. Yeah, Hamilton won't join us yet. Do you know what? If there ever was an overpriced Belgian that I would potentially look out for in this window, it might even be Fozy St. Nicholas, because his name is St. Nicholas. Let's just hypothetically... Or Dossa replacement. Nah. Dossa replacement is Raul. But he would be a like-for-like switch in terms of value with Dosso, and I think we'd come out of this one with profit because we'd be able to he'd be worth a lot more money here if he trained well for a couple of seasons. Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking forward to the most, AJ. And I do apologise to people that obviously aren't able to make it to streams and that the recaps have taken so long to come out. I made a roll for my own back, basically, by not just doing it in the same way I did the Sirens recaps, where I basically just told you what happened in a kind of really low-key way. But I just felt that I wanted to do something different this time around to make it more of a watchable series that was... you didn't have to have seen any of the streams to understand and actually enjoy them. But obviously, not realizing at the time that that was actually just going to be the worst possible idea for the ADHD. Oh yeah, Vinco, that's who I was thinking of. Thank you for bringing that up. I was trying to think who our right-sided winger is. And it isn't just Vinco, remember. It's also Nikolic and Mbala. That's the wrong roles, Matt. So better at crossing, same at dribbling, much better at long shots, way better at passing, better technique, most likely a better anticipation, probably better composure, decisions better, flair same, off the ball better, vision much better, work rate better, acceleration worse, evidently. Basically, St. Nicholas is better in every way except for some physicals. He's a technical monster. Unedited commentary for 20 minutes of space. Yeah. That's the sort of stuff that's going to bring it up to about 50 minutes most likely, which is about right, I'd say. Arrangement of the suits. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. That, and with this sort of stuff that I've not really done that types of video before, it was a real struggle to organize everything in my thoughts because it's such a large project. It basically feels like doing Premier League years repeatedly almost. And that's part of the issue. I get overwhelmed by the vastness of it quite a lot of the time. But then once I actually get into things, it's usually okay. It's just getting to the point of getting into things a lot of the time. That's the biggest issue. But tomorrow I should have no issues doing the facecam stuff. But if, you know, Voddies, if you're watching this, if you fancy leaving some either really nice things for me to wake up to the next morning, or alternatively, comically hateful things in the comments, that'd be fine too. Then I'll read that and be like, yes, let's go. We got this. It sounds stupid about how motivating those things actually are. Like, there was a nice comment on the VOD yesterday, and I was just like, yeah, let's go, kind of thing. You know? Actually, it was this morning, technically. Just nice stuff. At least make it comical, though. Yeah, I mean, this is where halves, like, barely an upgrade. The other thing is he's also 20 years old, but it's the fact that PSG won him, which makes me wonder if he's got, like, moon potential. That's the thing. I mean, Vinco might as well, though. But I'm usually pretty reticent to do exactly what you say there about, like, spending very little. This is the reason I didn't sign that guy from Hearts. Wow, he is not that good, is he? What a name. He's not that good, though. It's the same reason I didn't want to sign that guy from Hearts for £15 million. Particularly in a role that we've already got lots of. But I am still intrigued by him. I wouldn't be opposed to it. If the right... Wait, did our match against my team just get rearranged? Livid. I'm fuming. 2.9 million... What was it? I was starting to hit these guys with 10 to begin with. His Uruguayness might be okay. You can join the Uruguay 5-0. Not a sentence you thought you'd hear today. Warlog pitch. That's right. Your boy. Out there with the hose. Don't let them play me. Can't be done. God, it's like being back in the Treaty United save when every time we played against Drogheda, waterlog pitch. I don't know what it was about Drogheda. Oh my god, there is actually a guy called Anakin. There's actually a dude called Anakin Joe Nienstedt. So that means Anakin Joe is in the German name pool. He's 29. Which means he's a youngster at the start of the say. He's 100% called that because his parents like Star Wars, right? Has to be. It doesn't rain here, Andrew. I woke up this morning and it was raining and I genuinely just... I do not accept this. It doesn't do that here. Not allowed. Stewie! Oh dear. Thank you for the 35 months.
Morning, Matto and Chatto. Hope you're all good in the hood, gravy in the navy, etc. in my favorite internet space by being here. Had a little mental blip as of late, but actually managed to speak to someone, so onwards and upwards.
You did what I couldn't. All. You did what I was unable to do. I just speak to chat and annoy them with it instead. They're like, Matt, shut up about mental health, Jesus. We don't need to hear this from you. Just play the damn game, funny man. Or average man. Honestly, Fry, it shows that I don't meet enough people, most likely, because that is the sort of thing that my brain would 100% do. Now, whether I would have the inhibitions to say that. I doubt it, but I would definitely be thinking it, and I want you to know that. 2 season chunks. The reason I set 3 season chunks is because that just seems to be how they've gone right now. It's... Things always just get in the way as well. I think what I'm going to do after this one is just challenge myself to see how quickly I can do the challenge one. Although I do want to do that other video that Hadrian and I are working on that we discussed last stream, because that actually I think would be really fun.
I'm paying you to leave and find yourself a different streaming voice.
To kick with it. Thank you for the 100 bits, Dom. I got mental health. Exactly. Exactly. Everyone's got it. You're not special. You should see some of the stuff that we were chefing. I am trying to get Hadrian to figure out if there's a way. You know how leagues split? I want to see if there's a way that you can have it split multiple times. Also, introducing more than just Apertura and Clausura, like having 4 of those as well. Just trying to see what crazy shit we can come up with. Yeah, they definitely would have had it all their life, pretty much. That's why I would never name my kid something like that, because you're just saying, hey, bully this child. I think one of the things that I'm quite happy I did was not make my content, stream-wise at least, all about the game like specifically where it relies entirely on the game. Because I think that's the sort of thing that, especially in an elongated game cycle like this, could have got me into trouble as far as being able to still be doing it at this point, right? I like to think that the streams are like a radio show, I suppose. That's the best way to describe it. That's the way I try to describe it anyway. Whether or not it's the radio where you skip the channel and put something else on is a different question entirely. Series Cheese Playoffs, basically. Yes, but worse. Even numbers in another. I don't know. This is the thing. Like, Hadrian was like, oh, have you got any ideas? I'm like, mate, I don't know what's possible with these things, you know? Crazy shit, evidently. Wanderer, thank you for the 100 bits.
Hello Matto and Chatto. Had a cataclysmic breakdown for some random reason last night. 3 a.m. thoughts so I'd... My mum and dad are at Gloucestershire on glamping, so have plenty of time on my own. Regardless, I am okay at the moment. Your stream awoke me from the short but dark rut.
I totally get that. Last night actually I slept really well, but the previous 2 nights I hadn't got to sleep till like 3 a.m. and it was horrible. Which then means you wake up feeling tired and then it just kind of sets it off again. But I hope you're okay, man. Being on your own when you're feeling like that is never ideal. So just stay with us for a little bit. We'll hang out. I know how that feels. It sucks to be alone when you're feeling like that, because then you can only really talk to yourself about it. And usually, yourself isn't the best listener in moments like that, and tends to make it worse, or I find anyway. I don't really want to go into any of these teams because they're not going to pay me, which is rude. Medio Classor Sorbet, yes. Aperitif. I've always wondered why you get starters and desserts, but why is it a dessert nut just called a finisher? Wouldn't that make it so much better and also more aggressive? If you ask me. These are the thoughts I had when I was at a restaurant on Saturday. Pog was not amused. If heaven didn't exist, I actually don't know. Because I genuinely don't know. Like, hypothetically, my second favourite game, I suppose, is Wesker. Really? Do you know what? 6 months could be quite a good move for him. No. I want to keep him here for a little bit because we're retraining him, aren't we? The closer, yes. And now I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, probably Slay the Spire then. Yeah, I'll reject that actually for the time being. Wait. Oh, there we go. Echiday, sure, off you go, lad. Isaac Earl, off to these guys. Wait, they're actually going to pay? Love to see it. Athletic, he really should be, shouldn't he? Cake Arco out of nowhere. Exactly. The best cake is unexpected cake, no? The false 9 of desserts. Go to radio. I don't really listen to the radio. Ever. Actually, no, that's not true. The only time I ever listen to the radio is when I'm listening to football on the radio. Sochaux. Oh, that's perfect, actually. Jambor out to Sochaux would be amazing. Oh, actually, that reminds me. There's a few players who I need to offer out for loan just to stop them from being Wempies. Well, Kenneth's going on loan anyway. I almost don't want to loan you, but I will. If it will get you off my back. You as well. Oh. Oh, he's already under a bid. Never mind. Love to see it. Jambor's already going alone. You want more playing time, that's fine. I have a year to loan you out. You're also 16, so I literally can't loan you out. Such is life. Oh, list your desserts as football positions. Oh, go on then. Yes, no, I can see that. No, we need some guys in the boy form. The sentence just feels weird. But yeah, for me, it's usually just like, if the game's on 5 Live or TalkSport, whichever one the game is on, I just put it on that. But rarely am I ever doing that. But like, say there's a Fulham game on and I happen to be out driving. Like, say Fulham are playing a night game on like a Monday night and I've got to pick Pog up from work. Then the radio's on because I'm listening to that. But outside of that, very rarely. I think the last time and also like on Boxing Day a couple of years ago when I was driving back from Pog's parents, it was obviously Boxing Day fixtures and all that jazz. So I had the scores on. That was when we lost to Bournemouth in the most just absolutely dreadful performance ever. Not that narrows it down because it's Fulham. Oh, God. Part of me just really wants Fauzi, particularly for that price, but I'm trying to be sensible. Hello, Franch. What is your favourite dessert, chat? Because I love a good, like a warm chocolate brownie with a bit of just a bit of vanilla ice cream on it too. Speaking of, we got this raspberry ripple milkshake from Tesco's the other day. And I'm thinking to myself, surely that's just raspberry flavoured. It's not. It tastes like raspberry ripple ice cream. And I assume it's just because it's got vanilla in it too, but it's fucking great. Pog would agree on the sticky toffee pudding. 100%. She loves a sticky toffee pudding. We were in a pub the other day for a drink, and Pog ordered sticky toffee pudding. Just... Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how much Pog likes sticky toffee pudding. Shortlist, yeah, probably is, but like... Oh, Leela back for Dosso. Charlton won Mbala. I actually think that might be not a bad idea for half season. Mbala to Charlton. Because he's not starting over Nikolic or other chap right now. So maybe... Good God, does everybody want a bit of the Jambor? You can have him. You can't. You can. You can because of the playing time. You can. You can. You can't. Stoke, come on. English side's absolutely ripping me off here, by the way. Dessert as a starter, that's just heinous behaviour. Swedish Princess Cake, what's that? Would one have that with fika? Or as part of fika? Yeah, so Leal have just gone, actually no, we're just going to bid the full amount. I wouldn't mind him going to Leal, actually. Willem Tway want a bit of Ogbonna. Good God, are we just loading every single human being alive? Oh, cheers, FM. Yeah, it's like, hey, he's making really good progress, but you're going to lose him immediately. Fulham have done nothing. Hey, Lewis Hamilton's in. With Lutefisk. I hope not. So we're signing Lewis Hamilton. Just make sure this isn't a nickname I gave him, right? No, okay. For a second I was just like, did I give this guy a nickname at some point and we've just forgotten about it? All pages in Sweden, you'd love to see it. Let's just have a little gander at the shortlist. Wow, there's only one dude on there at the moment. That's the Patreon one. Oh, speaking of. Wait a second. Multicock's got a bid from Torre Levante. Wait, there's another Levante? Chat, a third Levante has entered the chat. I'm just going to not approach Multicock briefly, so hopefully he signs that contract. Because if I offer him a deal, weirdly it seems to do the opposite of what it used to do now. Right, no, not releasey weeksy. Default. Ornado's still there. Minyambres, who's he won by this time? Presumably Villa. Has he fallen off or something? I mean, he's too much. Wait, asked to leave. Move him to a bigger club. Back of Adosso. Yes, Raul. Samuel Dreve. That was the really expensive left winger, wasn't he? I prefer us just bringing Jose Carvalho through. There's no point in signing this guy for 20 odd million. Well, actually, it'll be more like 40 million, let's be honest. Tell you what, though, Locker and Thames have been producing some players. Gaston Marza, he was that centre midfielder, but unfortunately... Oh, he does have Spanish second nationality. But I'd rather just prioritise Pueyo's development in that role. Cesar Kone was the obvious, like... He was basically the Dosso Mark II. Like, he's even Ivorian. He's basically just the same player, which is crazy. Means adverts. Well, there you go, yeah. Are you fully scouted? Probably. Although, as much as I've got the Patreon regions up to date, it doesn't actually seem to keep them up to date, really. Let me see if there's anyone with decent potential, because there's a lot of players on here that I've added in and they're just kind of forgotten about. You're at Real Madrid. Anderley Williams. We like the look of this dude, but has he got more PA now? Kone's interesting. The thing about Kone is, though, where would he play? Because I'd rather just play Raul if we're going to have him, particularly as we'd have to retrain him to play as a number 10 before we could even use him anyway. At that price. We might bring him in for the price, because he's also a mercenary, but we would certainly be able to make money on the deal, presumably, right? He's not going to play for us. Does it say the next Drogba? No, he's the next Yusuf Fofana. There's St. Nicholas in there as well. There's Arnado, obviously. Cabrera. Ahumada was that goalkeeper. Ayala. I still want more information on Minji, but despite his Myanmar nature, it's just a lot of money. Loan back to the end of the season. Maybe. See what his agent says, actually, in terms of money. Not a huge deal. To be fair, that might not be the worst idea anyway, just because we'll pay the clause, stick a loan back length. What about a 2-year loan back length? That way, we keep his value high, but we don't have to worry about actually playing him. We're just basically... It's an investment, essentially. We're investing in Cesar Kone. That wouldn't be the worst idea, actually. French guy, AC Milan. There was a French guy, AC Milan? Can you remember his name? Who wants Kone? Good question. It was Villa, Spurs, and PSV. Wow, okay. Am I missing Milan in here? We'll circle back to that. Most ridiculous conspiracy theory you kind of believe? I mean, at this point, is planned obsolescence even really a conspiracy theory? It's just like a sort of commonly accepted kind of, yeah, probably. Oh, Yusuf Fofana. Right, sorry. Then wires be crossed. We've also got Katza. Oh, that was the guy that we tried to sign on a free, but then he signed a new deal, didn't he? New players who want to figure out how development works, which personalities would you recommend? Okay, so obviously you want model citizens and model professionals, but statistically you're not going to find them. They are incredibly rare. I wouldn't even bother searching for them. But if you see one and they look good and they've got decent PA, get them immediately because they will almost certainly max out, right? But the ones I really like are driven and resolute, and obviously fairly professional, resilient, those guys. But I feel like driven and resolute are really common. I'd say they're the best of the most common ones, the ones you see the most. Tarasov. Yeah, we've actually got this guy on the shortlist for a reason. But actually, do you know what? Now that we can see more about him, I don't mind him. He's got great jumping reach, really nice pace, tackling, heading, and marking are good. His positioning is good. His aggression is good. Bravery's a little on the sussy side. He's very tent-poley without being... Ambitious is also... I wouldn't look for them actively, but it certainly isn't a negative on a player. But then so is unambitious. Unambitious is also not a negative. It actually doesn't really tell you anything. You could have an unambitious player that could develop incredibly and could actually be a positive thing for you, potentially. Oh, he's nice and cheap as well. The price is a bit much. Best media handling style. Evasive, reserved, and unflappable. Those are the ones you want to look for. But honestly, those things only really matter if they've got a personality that doesn't really enlighten you in any way. Mine's Matt's a multi-millionaire that knows of it. Oh, I do. No, honestly, like, I've not heard anything, like, because I obviously I couldn't tell you if I had, but I also wouldn't say anything at all if that was the case. I've heard nothing about it. I've had no communication from SI since probably last year, I suppose. So, yeah. Level-headed, I think, is fine, provided you have the right... Basically, the only thing that really matters in terms of development of a player is their professionalism. Not the only thing, but the most important factor is their professionalism. So... providing you can get a guy that has good professionalism, that's going to get you the most out of it, basically. Torres ACL, really slack. Maybe he was just talking about, like, the messaging service. Mine was the Protestant Reformation being propagated as a £5. They're in the pocket of Big Pamph. I just don't know if I want to pay $5 million for this guy. Balanced is... You don't see balanced as often when you're in further to the saves like I am now, because you see balanced a lot at the start of saves because they have to use it as the lowest negative personality players can have. But with regens, they don't have to worry about that, so you don't actually see it as often, I find. I want to scout this guy further first. I want more information. Nobody here is standing out to me as like, I must sign this guy. I do like Kratky, but it's a similar problem. He is also twice the price of Cesar Kone. Not to mention Kafuchenko, who's just not very good, is he? The game has absolutely lied to us there. How's the Taiwanese dude at Fulham who still hasn't declared? Disappointing. The thing about Tao, it's just the price. He's 5 million for that is a lot. Kafuchenko isn't actually his name. His name is Douglas, but the game considers him to be the next Cafu, and for some reason he's Ukrainian and Brazilian, so we called him Kafuchenko. There's Lewis Hamilton. 8 pace. So actually, as you say, level-headed isn't too bad either. It just means that their professionalism is, like, to a certain point decent. I don't know. I don't know if I want to get into that sort of stuff today, Danny, just because you know how things are with the internet. He's ass, but that's, yeah. Tenerife E. As high as that. Let's, to the C squad with you. That probably feels a bit too much for him, honestly. Kone accepted. Okay. Wait. We'll do that as well, obviously, but... Tenerife... That's us, Matt. Squad player, regular side... Stepping stone... I mean, I'll leave that in there just because... Whoa! Cheeky boy! Alright, what are you going to do here? 30 mil release clause. Yeah, we're not doing that. We've played this game before, Sonny Jim. The one thing that might help us is that Dosso is probably ahead of him in the Ivorian national team. So, the very fact that Dosso exists is probably going to limit his playing time. 30 million's reasonable, I'd say, for him. Well, remember, he is a mercenary. So he's already acting like a mercenary. But a 2-year loan back could be perfect, because it just means he'll keep developing there. And he'll probably still get the AI physicals boost, potentially. No, Steve, actually, as it happens, I was just about to do it. So, yeah, you aren't fully scouted. You are on the Patreon list, which is set to keep up to date. But for some reason, it's really, like, inconsistent about keeping it up to date, weirdly. Boat clause, I guess. But, it's done now, innit? You actually wanted by Al Rayyan. And me, obviously. Always what about me. CJ, thank you for the 7 months, friend. I think you're better than all right. I think it just didn't work out at Ajax. Like, you've been having a great time at Omonia.
S-Tube, snap and clap and touch your toes, raise your hands. Now body roll, dance it out. Your prime sub to GOPRIME. S-Tube, snap and clap and touch your toes, raise your hands. Now body roll, you can take my prime sub to go. Sick.
I don't think Streamliner is as familiar with Chapelle Rowan as we would like to believe. Cyprus Rams. Yeah, I mean, Cyprus is lovely. My dad lived in Cyprus for quite a while when he was a kid. Stanley. Ooh, okay, we're into Belgium scouting now. Beware, chat. Just another Charles Leclerc. Yeah, we did have Charles Leclerc as well, didn't we? We're getting there. We'll have the complete set soon. Well, we won't, but like... Antwerp loaner for Mbala as well. All right. Either way, I'll let both of them happen, just to see which happens first. Regular starter, that's fine. In a Coast God, everyone wants a bit of Thierry. I don't think he's that good. I think he just has higher rep maybe because of international appearances. But hey, that's fine. More offers for... Jesus Christ. In fact, yeah, I like some of her stuff. It comes and goes, right? I'm just a person. If a music makes my brain go ooh, then I'm interested in it, you know? 9 subs. We get a 12-man bench, but only 5 subs allowed. Right, we're playing against me, unless I skive out of the game again, like I did last time. Wow, everybody wants a bit of the Pratster. Gaston Mars has gone to Racing. Oh, wait, so he stayed in South America. Surprising. We didn't sell the guy. No, he's still here. He actually chose to sign with us instead, usual suspect, which I'm very surprised by. But yeah, he signed a new contract with here and now has 150 million pound release clause, just in case. Not only that, but he's actually... I think it was Puyo, wasn't it? But there's Fernando Alonso. Apart from Sabrina. How dare you suggest that I don't like Sabrina Carpenter? Unless you mean the Teenage Witch, in which case I didn't know she released anything. I'm willing to accept that. Yeah, there's 19-year-old Fernando Alonso. He's just a rookie. There's a trio of them, exactly. He's not played a single game yet, so he's technically a rookie. Right, cool. Look at Le Mans do all the Team F1 drivers. What if you actually could collect those over time? I think braking should be an attribute. I'm going to start a petition. Fitness. At least he's got match fitness for this. Could you sign the deal though, bud? Because I really want to see what your actual value is, because clearly he's being held back by it. I might even start him today. Give him a little try against myself. Right. Perfect time for give Marquez a rare rest as well. Pineda or Portea? Okay, let's give Pineda a run. Mbala might be his... No, I'll start Nikolic here, actually. Or I won't start Nikolic, because apparently he's not here. Should I start Lisa?
How are you, Mr. Card? Not
Hello.
been in a while. Life gets in the way. Not quite as profound as life finds a way. I'll leave this with a classic 6 sausage roll, 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 6 sausage roll.
You'll love to see it. How many sausage rolls? Not enough! It's funny you mentioned that, Bolskov. I was talking about Melissa Joan Hart with my sister on Saturday for some reason. I think it's just because she just didn't assume, because I think, isn't she 49 now? Because we looked this up. Because we're having this whole discussion, and my sister believed that Celine Dion was a lot older than she was, as was Shania Twain. She thought they were in their 70s, and I think they're in like mid-50s. So that somehow got to the topic of Melissa Joan Hart. Yeah, just keep bringing Jack Doohan in repeatedly. Let's try. Puello stays in there. Raul, Herhot on the Kraken. Steinis isn't back again yet. I'll leave some of the quality in the team, just in case. Although it feels like a time for Martinez, surely. Age is very weird, yeah. They're all downstream from Cher. Wise words. I knew there was someone lurking in the bench that shouldn't have been. Cheeky. Cup ones are a bit more difficult because it just opens up everyone and their mum to get involved in the game. I'll just put Gorka Bilbao on the bench for the time being. Right, the big question is, chat, am I in the starting lineup for Marino Luanco? No. I will be so annoyed if we play against the team that I play for and I don't get on the pitch at some point. I've come off the bench for the most games this season. Ah, dear. But I clicked, hey, it was plenty. Tenerife fanfic going. It's going. I've just got to the bit where I shag the badge. That's going to take some time. Actually, Herholt probably shouldn't start this game. I'll start Almeida. Carvalho probably shouldn't start either, but I want to give him a chance. Whoa! Hang on, you outside the match squad? Have I? Am I only allowed 11 subs then? That's odd. Spanish Cup doing Spanish Cup things again. Numbers for you. Number 8. No, friend, I'm sorry. That's not happening. But I respect your arrogance. Let's go. Only 11. Why 11? It's just such a random... I guess it's like double the amount of players in your first... Like in the starting lineup, I guess. It's not appropriate, but sod the TOS. We've got to make it happen. I want to just check the bench. See if I'm even there. As we have. Oh, no, 8 is allowed to be have. Just not by a random dude on loan. You got to earn an 8. Right, let's see. Am I on the bench? Yes, I am! He's there. He's ready to go. Matt Card, I'm telling you, they're bringing me on in this game at some point. How many games have I actually played this season out of interest? I've started once and made 15 substitute appearances. That suggests sub in most game. Tackle hard on the bench. Just going 2-footing him on the bench. I'm quite interested in what Larson Lisa's got up to here. Good old JJLL. Would like to see us not get 7th game. Oh, it's just I added regens that generate into the game organically for the patrons, but I also made one for myself while I was at it. There's a config file you can edit at the start of, before you start a save. The game will read off of it and it will add them in as regens at a predefined point. That's basically how you do it. I have a whole video about it. Right, we're actually... Okay, lads, the plan wasn't to lose this game. The plan was to batter them about a little bit. That's worrying. Considering we've actually not played that well so far. I might just have to bring a load of the big guns later. If they continue to be this bad. These guys are a 3rd tier side, so maybe I should have given them a little bit more respect. But there's a decent amount of first team players on the pitch here. Karapchea being one of them. He's going to need to be very, very good in this game. Oh. At least Carvalho, I want to see what he's like. Okay, that's good signs. He's actually willing to take a few people on. Go on, back post header perhaps. Oh, what on earth is going on here? Do you reckon I come off the bench and score the win? If I came off the bench and scored the winner against the club I'm managing, that would kind of suck, but it would also be very funny. Oh, go on, knock it through. They're building up to something good, I can feel it. Here we go, drop it across, tap him for Owl, bang. Lovely. 10th goal of the season for Owl. Do you know what? 10th by the turn of the year for a guy that hasn't actually started that many games is a good sign. They can play the best card. Yeah, I will raise my game. Hello, Harv. How's it going, man? South Korea. I don't think I've ever managed in South. I don't think I've ever managed in Asia, actually. Now that I think about it. Oh, I guess Guam. But that was national team. It wasn't really the same, right? Favorite player you followed through their career? Does Thomas Steinmetz count? On account of I followed him by making him follow me on account of transfers. Yeah, true. We don't want to get sacked here. I think luckily we've got a better goodwill than the other manager does. There's Carvalho. Ooh. Oh my god, he nearly got a header from the penalty spot with an entire defence in the way. So, Matthew, yes, Harv? I'm listening. I'm all ears. And stomach. Yeah, my own regen knocked me out the cup. Type of egg of choice. I assume you mean like way of cooking, right? For me, this is going to be... I like this. This is going to be controversial. I like eggs over hard. That's how I like my eggs. Oh, that's a great pass. It's Carvalho. Bang. I think he's offside, actually. Yeah, unfortunately. Eggs over half. Yeah, I just crack them on your chest. Jade. All right, Gwyneth. Aw. Fabergé? Yeah, see the options. You provided two little caveats there, Harv. Now chat are gone. They're off on one. Unfertilized. Ovulating. Ah, dear. I don't think eggs specifically do that. That just sounds like a Spanish regen at that point. I'm a bit concerned that it's actually 1-1 in this game. But it's fine. They'll bring me on in the second half and then it will get worse from there. Raw egg on half. Yeah, that's a sight. I mean, it's not something you want. Kraken. He seems to have been okay. Pueo. Yes, nicely done. That's his first of the season. Love to see that. I feel like he scored before, but apparently not. In fact, it's certainly not his first goal for us, but we do lead, at least. And I think it kind of goes to the point I'm proving about. I think he is the Thiago Enrique replacement because he's making those same kinds of runs. He looks like he has the attribute sort of drop out. Also, what about that for a finish? He doesn't even have to put that over the goalkeeper. That's why I started my streams on Sunday. But yeah, no, genuinely, I like my not scrambled eggs, sorry, my eggs done over hard. That's just, I didn't even know what it was called until very recently when I decided to genuinely watch YouTube videos about eggs to figure out what it was called. And then YouTube went, hey, you're going to want a lot more videos about eggs now, aren't you? He's off too. No. Oh, beautiful. He's still here. I just decided that long term, Pueo, I think, is the successor to Enrique. Because I'm convinced that Enrique might not have the highest PA. He's just really good now, which is brilliant. That was a really unnecessary pass from him there. But look at this for a finish from Raul. Opens his body up. Bottom corner. Bang. 3-1.
Drawing against Marino Luanca. This team is finished.
3-1 now, I say. 3-1. Lovely. 75 minutes. That sounds... How? Surely at that point you've just got a chicken, right? What you've done there, usual suspect, is incubate it. I would have thought. Raul's got an assist and 2 goals in this game. He is chefing. The egg tube. You'd be amazed how much egg-based content there actually is. And not just from bald men. It's out there. It's just all Northern Lion. I want to keep an eye on their substitutes. I'm begging them to bring me on. I'm so annoyed if they... Because this is the only chance I'm ever going to have in this save to play against my own regen is this game. So I'll be so annoyed if they don't. Oh, they're putting some vicious tackles in now. Eggs, and apparently my kids only like the yolks. Oh. I think a lot of it comes down to texture, probably, with eggs, right? But I just love an egg. Good for protein as well. A big egg cake in a cake form. Isn't that just cake at that point? FM Llama just... Oh, I love Llama. He's so good. He's one of my favourite, like, FM streamers that are on the same sort of time of day as me sometimes. Actually, I think he streams on the days that I don't a lot of the time, because I always notice his notifications go off on my phone when I'm working. Come on, player. That's our 4th goal. Then we can make a few subbies. Ooh. Flavio. The first goal for Flavio Almeida. Also, I like that we've got Almada and Almeida in our squad right now. 4-1 up. Almeida's grabbed his first goal for the club. Nice. Yeah, Egg used to be a big sponsor in the BTCC back in the early noughties. They sponsored one of the Vauxhall teams. Actually, I think it was Paul O'Neill, I believe. Monday, Wednesday, Friday fears me. Impossible. I am unfearable. Least threatening person in the history of the world, me. Just realized I didn't put Marquez on the bench. Lisa's been okay, actually. Lisa, it's your birthday. Speaking of that, my sister on Friday just randomly messaged me out of the blue the 2 words, dental plan. Just those 2 words, no context, and I was like, is she okay? But then I thought to myself, no, she's looking for a very specific response, and Johnny's already pointed out, it was, Lisa needs braces. It's like, why are you texting me that? It was perfect. Just randomly, I think she was just watching The Simpsons while she was having her breakfast and just thought, yeah, I'm going to text Matt dental plan. But that's exactly the response she was looking for. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces. Dental plan. God, old school Simpsons was just so good. Oh, I should bring Gorka on. Might be his last game for us for a little while anyway. And we'll save one more subby before we inevitably get a goalkeeping injury. Dirtiest egg in football. Ooh, I don't know, you know. Who's the best egg in football? Let's turn a positive spin on it. And why is it John Joe Shelby? Tent Al plan. There you go. Correct answer. Kante, yes, solid egg. James Milner's a good egg, but if he went bald, he'd be best egg. Potentially. The thing is, he's never going to retire. So, oh, wait. Raul's got a hat-trick. This is actually really good news that he's just continuing to rack up goals here. It's 5-1. What a weird goal. Some poacher? Did the keeper tip that onto his own crossbar or just bat that straight back into the path of Raul? Also, am I on the pitch yet? They've made no subs and we're in the 70th minute. I am livid. Do something. Pokes them with stick. Can you, like... Don't bring him on. Bring me on. They've got a hearse up front. Like, how's that going to help? It's an absolutely dead strike force. You can hear the fans. How many of them are on the away game here? We'll find out afterwards. Probably like 6 of them. Aaron Moy's a good shout for a best egg, actually, yeah. He was such a fun player when he was at Huddersfield, just randomly being really good. Oh, wait, go on, Raul. Another one? That's offside, surely. What a save. Yes. To be fair, I think if you're Martin Skirtle, the bald look certainly worked well as a centre-back because it was just, he looked threatening, right? Yeah, but we don't have any away fans. It will tell us after the game. Alan should be a good egg. No, I think he had too much hair while playing. For me, to be an egg, you need to have committed fully to the baldness. You can't have, like, a hair island. You can't have, like, any... There has to be completely bowling ball, you know? Nikolic? Oh. Andy Johnson is a very good shout. And former Fulham, which gives him extra points. Andy Cole as well, actually. Also former Fulham. Yes! Chat, I'm on. Your boy. He's on. Matt Card makes his debut against me. He's obviously... Love to see it. And there was much rejoicing, and he's going to play no touches of the ball. In fact, hang on. Just for this. We're finishing the game full match. I want to see myself on the ball. I'm going to get 3 full minutes. Watch me touch that ball. I'm going to get... Oh, the best touches are coming up. We'll see like 3 goals now. Go on. There I am. Look at the... Oh, he's tracking back. He's doing his doggies. Incredible player. What a guy. Tremendous. Hey, that's an impressive touch there. He's playing against a European side. Doing his doggies. Look at him go. He's on the ball again. Great first touch. He's dribbling. He meant to do that, you see. He's setting up so that when they win the ball back, he's in a better position to take things going. If I got sent off for a straight red card, then that would be incredible. He's got that dog in him. It's Nathan McKinnon, Matt Card. That's the order of the pecking. That's actually quite an interesting pass. It's a dreadful clearance. Found a sense other than winning games. I actually don't know, Beanie Mac. It's not likely to happen immediately. Yeah, I don't know why my hair is blonde. I'm level with you on that. It is set to dark brown, so I'm not sure why the game's gone, yeah, no, I'm making blonde. Before I do anything else, I make sure fuck. I'll have to remember to turn it off of full match for the next game. Dudek count. Now Dudek had hair, right? I swear he did. I'm thinking like Champions League final Dudek. Spanish Sun, true, he's bleached it. Can I... Oh, God. Have I glitched it out now? Now we have to wait for them to finish leaving the pitch. Immense. Pepe Reina was a very solid egg, yes. Well, while that's happening, let's look at this link from Gus Show Business. Jan Collar. Oh, yeah, good shout, actually. Hotel Mote Holiday Inn. Darley. There we go. Got there in the end. Hat-trick for Raul. Your boy got on the pitch. He ran 0.6k. Zidane, now he had too much hair. He didn't go full egg. As far as I'm concerned, he never went to it. Think of Matt Cardle. Yes. With his famous Biffy Clyro cover. Smallbone. It feels like there's less of them about these days, but you're right. Smallbone's very Shelby-like, right? Hey, Madara. Turn it back. Well, a bit of a hair dye, you know? Robin post Chelsea. I still don't think he did. He didn't fully commit to it either, though, did he? Headbutts. Was he fully bald? I swear there was a lot of like stubble going on his head. Also, Real Madrid. Are they going to bottle another league title at this rate? We won the Copa del Rey, though, which is good. And now we've got El Clano Deportivo, who are a lower division side than the previous lot, which is immense, because that's going to be a nice, easy one as well for us. Raul gets 3 goals and an assist. He's doing fine. 12 goals this season in 8 starts. He's actually outperforming every single competition he's played in this season. He has got more goals than he has starts. Immense. I'm so happy with him. He shouldn't be playing this well, actually, considering his development curve, or rather, his attributes aren't like elite by any means, but he just seems to have like whatever concoction is required to play well in the match engine, which is really good news. I found Real Madrid just always knock me out of stuff. Pepe, was he fully bald? Actually was, wasn't he? But Kalina obviously is just the guy. Stoke now want people. I love how English sides are just refusing to offer me any kind of money for my loans, where every other country is willing to offer me money. But Stoke and Oxford United are just like, no, you should come here for free. You could study. Nice. Isaac Earl's gone on loan to Leida. Pog is now trying to convince me to actually go to Tenerife now because she wants to get a nice holiday out of it. And to be honest with you, I can see her logic. Particularly with them being 3rd tier next year. Thinking hospitality tickets next year. Oh, God. Oh, thank God for that. Thought it was going to be serious. A more handsome Roy Keane. Yeah, you see, there's a good amount of stubble going on here. But I suppose at that point, like, unless you're shaving it every day, what choice have you got, right? Winning with 105 points. If it makes you feel any better, Madara, they got 100 and something. Hang on, I'll show you. I can't remember the exact amount was. Last season. They scored 118 league goals last year, got 93 points and didn't win the league. So there's that. In addition, Atletico have not lost a game yet, and Barca have only conceded 7 times. You get some weird stuff in La Liga. You're a content machine, Harv. You should try. Have you considered streaming? Oh, God. Are we actually going to get relegated? I don't understand why they're playing so badly. They're -9. I'm hoping that will be fine. That just over the time they'll get it. Pascal Segan. God, that's a... Philippe Senderos. I'm just thinking of famous Fulham... not Fulham... Like famous Fulham eggs. Eggs that have come through the Fulham pipeline. No, John Joe... I'm convinced he was bald when he was like a youth player, right? Too complicated for them. They just don't understand my genius. That's what it is. Konchesky. It's more than you'd think, actually. Boa Morte. Louis Boa Morte was an egg. Do you know Zagreb? Okay. Peneda's... Wow. Okay, so there we go. We are no longer at risk of losing... North American don't care about FM. Oh, North African. Sorry, my bad. Which part of North Africa are you from? I'm guessing Morocco? Perhaps? Do they really not? I wonder if it is just because their leagues are not represented in the game. Because the only African league that is like in the game by default is... you are. Nice. In that case, I have something to show you. Although I think I may have already showed you this previously on stream. But our club captain is Moroccan. But, yeah, because South Africa is the only league in the game by default, I wonder... It's always baffled me why they didn't just go and sweep up a load of, like, licenses for some of the smaller African leagues, just to increase the reach a little bit. I think that would be a good idea, but there's obviously reasons why not. would be Shelby. I think he is the eggiest of eggs, Slahegra. I agree. I think he's the one that comes first. Nah, Gabor Kirai wasn't bald. He just had really, really short hair. Lack of scouting coverage. I guess that does make sense. It would be if they were going to implement it, I suspect they'd want it to be immensely accurate, which is a good thing. We should want that. And I suspect that's why women's football's taken so long to put in the game, because they want the scouting to be spot on. And I know that it isn't always in the men's game as it is, but, you know, you want to do it right. Not a big market. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it would depend on how cheaply they can sweep up the licenses. But as you say, it isn't all about the licenses. It's about the scouting. Best in Africa. Yeah, I know. But in the base game in FM, the only league that is in it from the beginning as like a vanilla league is South African League. Obviously, the other leagues can be added using like additional packages, but which I always do, obviously. But yeah, sucks because there's some really fun to be had in Africa. But you have to use all these. Oh, I mentioned him and now he gets the flu. Right, cheers, Bilal. Off you go. Better data representation. You'd think they would do. Because right now there's all sorts of stuff going on in Egypt with the fact that Pyramids are potentially going to win the AFC. Yes, I listened to Sweeper this week as well. That's where all this is coming from. Dosso's gone. Cyril Dosso has gone to Lille. Do you know what? Out of all of the clubs he could have gone to, I'm actually glad it was Lille. They won it. Did they win it in the end? 100% of wages, for example. I will show you, Chris, but the main reason is because they don't negotiate with you. AI clubs just don't negotiate. It's one of the problems with AI loans. If an AI club comes in and wants to have one of my players for 0%, if I then offer them even like 10%, they'll just say no. It simply doesn't work. In the same way that when you try to negotiate a player you're trying to loan from them, they will then demand even more money than the original amount they asked for, just for you having the audacity or even the temerity to ask for a different loan deal. It's PSG are in on it. I found that you cannot go up at all, but maybe I just haven't tried it enough. But let's have a little look on one of them. So, for example, here, they're offering... Let's see if they're actually agreed. Let's just try and offer them 20%. This is £10 a week we're talking about here. And I know I could red lock it, but it's like, where is the negotiation ability here? We're talking about £10 a week. See? Like, it's... This is what I mean about how they need to fix this kind of stuff. That's mental that is not a negotiation I can have. Ale Marcos. Sure, why the hell not? I'm glad that actually didn't like make me look like an idiot at that time for once. But they definitely do need to work on that. Renegotiate what this... Oh, what? Because you're asking for loads, they then go, actually, you know what, fine, we'll meet you halfway. Let's have a look at that next time. The loan negotiations are completely fucked. Can't afford £10 a week. Let's have a look who the club was. Was it? Oh, no, it's not that one. Which club was it? Was it this one? Or was it a different one on here that I then... I can't remember the name. Let me just... fuck, who was it? I can't remember what player it was, let alone the club. Shativa. These guys here. So they're overspending their wage budget. But most of them are probably. So yes, they can't afford it, but then also it's like... like, don't expect everything for free, right? Was it the latest email? Oh, okay. Oh, this one, yeah. Oh, yeah, it was the same club, yeah. I was looking further down for some reason. Point is... It doesn't really even matter anyway, though, because you could do this with Schalke and the same thing would happen. That's why the loans are... That's why I was surprised to see, like, Espanyol actually offering me decent money for one of my loans. But then if I was to try and negotiate with them, yeah. Not that us to replace Cyril. Well, we've got that bit on the fire, but we don't need him because we've got Raul. Oh, is this another cup game? Right, okay, fair enough. We might be able to have a bit more of a stronger lineup here. We'll bring Pajic back in. Start Marquez this time. Thiago Enrique probably should start this one just to get us a bit more fitness back. I don't want these guys to lose too much fitness by being out of the team for too long. God, I can't wait for Steinmetz to come back, though. It would really open up our options here. I will still start these two. I think the backline will remain the same. Yes. Ceuta getting promoted is pretty sick because that's the ones that are the Moroccan exclave, right? Bald at age of 9. God damn. That's very young. We just clear the bench and sort that out. Because that's getting a bit silly. Wait. Why did I not clear the bench? I'm probably still going to have to redo it anyway, because obviously you get more options when... Let's put Svenny on the bench for the time being. So I've rectified it. No goalkeepers allowed. It's fine. Anthony Correa. This should be a bloodbath game where Raul can grab another like 5 goals off, if I'm honest. Anthony? Got there in the end. Where's that? 2 hours. Oh, no, got there. There we go. 57 years. That's cool. Unfortunately, unless I spelled his name wrong. Sadly, no Anthony Oh, hang on. No, it's Carrera. My apologies. Oh, there he is. I've never seen Carrera spelled like that before. Yeah, he's actually the manager of Katwijk in what I assume is the Dutch lower leagues. Which is presumably a league you cannot be promoted out of, right? VV Katwijk. They've got a guy here. Ruben van Eindhoven. What, I wonder why. Yeah, came from FC Eindhoven. I wonder why. Loves a bit of Telstar. Oh, in real life? That's cool. Basically, all the time. Yeah, it certainly feels like that with the Copa del Rey. That's fine, actually. It gives us a chance to play some of these guys a little bit, and it means that we're not risking... It means that Steinmetz gets a chance to come back into... Wait, what the hell? Into the squad a little bit more. Whoa. Who the hell did my assistant put on the bench in this game? Fine, whatever. We shouldn't need them, but I will have to make sure that bench is changed by the next game. This year, actually, in football has actually been fairly good as far as underdogs winning trophies. Speaking of, this may have already happened by now, but wasn't there a Swiss third-tier side in the final of the Swiss Cup? Either this weekend gone or coming up soon. Which I read about. Again, more crazy shit like that. Love to see it. Underdogs like Chelsea, exactly. Once again, me shouting out the TikTok account EFL memes. Lost 4-1. You'd expect that, but to be fair, reaching the final is still amazing. Yeah, it was a Swiss third-tier side. That was the ones, though. Biel-Bien. Even the name is great. Come on, Raul. I think another hat-trick for Raul today. That's what he needs to show me. Particularly as I would say this is, with the exception of the Kraken and Almada, likely our lineup going forward for the foreseeable future. Like, the best possible lineup out there. Obviously, it would be Steinmetz back in the team as well. At some point, when he hopefully gets himself fit again. And I feel like we're still missing someone else, and I can't think who. Because it was Steinmetz and someone else before the start of the season, and I can't remember who his defensive partner was. And it wasn't Juicy, obviously, because he's left, but... Go on, Marquez. Herholt, yes, that's the one. But I've been impressed with the Kraken. Almeida looks like one for the future, which is exciting. But the Kraken has surprised me. I figured he'd be a good player for us, but he's actually been a lot better than good. He's been exceptionally good. Oh, Almeida with a bit of space again. Can he score his second goal in the cup already? Bang! Flavio Almeida, second goal in as many games. It's good to know that he's lethal when he can get into those positions. Cultural Leonesa. Oh, that's the team we bought that goalkeeper off this summer, in fact. Yeah, another of the Spanish fourth-tier sides. I noticed that we haven't done that Spanish fourth-tier scouting this season. I'm going to save that and then do another batch of it next summer. That way we get 2 years worth of them. Liechtenstein's Cup. So Vaduz definitely won it, right? Because I saw a thing talking about how they were going to be one of 2 second-tier sides playing in Europe next year. And I think that is actually where I saw the thing about the third-tier Swiss side, because it was talking about a thing that hadn't happened yet. The other is a team in Georgia, if I recall. I believe a second-tier side in Georgia won the cup. And will be in Europe next season as well. Go on, Marquez, have a pop. Oh. Wow. Okay, very weird goal, but we are 2-0 up. Vinko Pejic scores again. Nice. Bells 3-2. Oh, imagine if someone other than Vaduz had won. When was the last time someone other than Vaduz won the Liechtenstein Cup? This is where you're like, yeah, that was like 2 years ago. Get with the times. Because what Liga Bowser's in? 2011. That's still 14 years ago now. Also, I'm thinking this game is getting bloodbath potential. 15-0. Good God. Oh, Page getting a bit angry there. To be fair, it is quite an easy cup. When I did those little tests and stuff with Vaduz, when I was thinking about trying to do that, building a nation with Liechtenstein in one video, I played a couple of seasons to test stuff out, and yeah. The quality level drops off very quickly outside of Vaduz. Come on, Rowley. Drop one across for another assist. You know you want to. Oh, not quite. But it's in the net anyway. Pablo Marquez, and it's an assist for Flavio Almeida. This is a great game for stat padders all over the place. I reckon we get an obscure hat-trick in this match. I'm going to go Marquez. That's pretty close. Eschen Mauren. Presumably that was against Vaduz. It would be fun. When was the last time Vaduz won in the final then, I wonder? 2-1 in the quarters, then 50. Hang on, they beat the first team in the quarters and they beat the second team in the set. God, look, football is just fun, isn't it? Like, my favourite thing about football is the quirks of the game and the weird stuff. That's why I love Sweeper. I think that's probably my favourite football podcast is probably Sweeper. Because that's the exact, it tickles the exact part of my brain that I imagine a lot of you find fascinating as well. So glad that chat introduced me to Sweeper. Oh no, it wasn't. It wasn't chat. It was football cliches. And then I mentioned it to chat and everyone was like, yeah, obviously, I never listened to that for years. Kraken's not a yellow card, but it's not a red card. Don't concede to these guys. Come on. There we go. Sakura's going to launch one now. Thomas is just like, I'm sick of looking things up for you, Matt. Read the Wikipedia article. Right, let's go. There we go. 60. Right, let's just start from modern day. Okay, where we go? Vaduz. Bolzers, but they beat Vaduz. Shan versus. But there you go. 1994. FC Shan, which is what you just put in chat. Usual suspect, and I somehow missed that. What happened here? There was back-to-back seasons where Vaduz just kind of went missing. You talking about the Steve Bruce novels? I wasn't, but now I want to know more. No, I was talking. Oh, is it called Sweeper? No, I was talking about a football podcast called Sweeper. They basically focus on obscure football leagues from around the world and the weird stories that come within that. Would highly recommend their content. It's very, very well researched and thought out and really interesting and just kind of funny at the same time. Thiago Enrique, good save. Some odd shit. Yeah, exactly. I totally get it. Also, I watched some videos on that game Rematch that you guys told me about. I watched NL play a bit of it, and I totally get the comparisons to Rocket League. Right. That's a decent first half. Still underperforming our XG, so maybe get with that, perhaps. But outside of that, good news. Have we got another league game quite close to this? Because if we do, I might be tempted to just... Hello, you know. Also, thank you for the resub yesterday. Don't think I didn't see it, and I wanted to really thank you for that. It's very kind of you. I forgot that you were a tier 3 sub, which is wild. New Legacy. What is that? Potential on the Argentina Apertura. 120 years. Playing Brown. They and St. Pauli. Football car. It basically is football car football. Totally. That's the best way to describe it. It's so goddamn good. NL. Oh, sorry. No, I was talking about Northern Lion. Sorry, forgive me. He's like my go-to for stuff like that. Yeah, great finish from Raul there. He's actually playing really poorly. Oh, Jesus. We're making a bit of an arse of this, considering this is our first team. Might even use this as an opportunity to get Steiny some fitness levels. I could have been Smatesy on, actually. 3-1 against this mob is disappointing. Vaduz 2. Vaduz 1. That's one of the dreams I've wanted to see. For all we know, that could have happened in this save. Remind me after this match, we'll have a little look. It probably hasn't, because the league isn't... It's not... I suppose if Switzerland was switched on, it probably would have activated it by some means, right? I wonder if that is affected by that. Because you can't turn Liechtenstein on, because there's nothing to turn on. So I assume the cup gets extra detail, perhaps because of Switzerland? I wonder if I'm smart enough to even have that as an option. Oh, come on. Just drop it across. Oh, there he is again. My boy. 13th goal of the season already. Dosso who? We simply don't need Dosso when we've got Raul. I reckon he gets 20 this year. You know, just because he's stat padded in the cup, as if, like, Oriola didn't do that in the past. Build Liechtenstein in the process. So would you, like, prioritise Vaduz as part of the loan farm if you could get them as an affiliate club or something? We're not... Please, keeper. Oh. Vaduz 2-2, Vaduz 1-1 would be That would be... It wouldn't quite be East 5-5, 4-4, but it's up there. Go on, 5th goal. Kill it off nicely. Oh, look at... Did he just do a ball roll? I swear he just did a ball roll there. I didn't even know that was a thing in FM. I didn't know the animations had that in the locker, but it looked like he did a proper ball roll. He's just broken the match engine. Right. To the next drink. Oh, God. Leaning over in those moments is never fun. Oh my God, we've actually conceded twice to them. That's legitimately disappointing. 3 Liechtenstein teams in Europe and 2 in the Champions League. Can you? How? Surely they only have a Europa League place, and that's because of their cup. How's the foot? I think they're still a little bit off with it, but I was able to run yesterday pretty much pain-free and fast as well, which was kind of crucial. So I think things are okay. It's just hard to say. We're just playing it by ear at the moment. None of it's fun. Really? Hang on, I just want to have a little gander here. Rugel versus Balzert. Wow. Which one of them knocked out Vaduz and when? Get coefficient spot cup winner. I guess, yeah. But how would you get a third team in? Oh, right. So you win the Europa League while not winning the cup. I don't know how FM would handle that. I'm also pretty certain that from a administrative standpoint, I'm pretty certain they're locked to one European place no matter what. I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty certain they're simply not allowed anymore, even if they were to sort of technically earn them. But then I suppose it's not the sort of thing that's ever likely to be tested. It works. Fair enough. Round of 16. Holy shit. Teams in lower league. Yeah, I suppose you'd have to put loads of them in there. You'd need quite a deep Switzerland database, given that, like, Balzers, for example, are like, what, 4th tier? Didn't play in the following year. I think it's because they're technically not a first team club, so they can't, right? Didn't a German B team once reach the final of the DFB Pokal? It was quite famous, was it not? And I don't know what the rules were, where if they'd have actually qualified for Europe, would they have even been allowed to be in Europe because they're not a first team squad? Was it last year? Really? Team of Swiss, that's not too bad, actually. I wonder if there's, like, you might find if you look a bit deeper, there is actually a random, deeper... Bielefeld's second team made it to the final. I thought it was Bielefeld's first team, right? I could have I might be wrong. I feel like I would have heard about that more if it was their second team. Old Bonner. Right, that's more of those out of the way. Nice. Hertha Berlin's second team. 1993. That's crazy. I wonder if so would they have played in Europe if they'd won it? Oh, I see. My apologies. Yeah. Sorry, to be fair, I may have said second tier instead of second team because I speak badly. Active Cup. Can I just look up Liechtenstein? It'd probably be easier. If I could spell Liechtenstein, is that? Or have we... Yeah. Oh. Except it isn't because we... Wait, what? No major club? Is that because they're technically in Switzerland? Let me just see if I can find a player from Vaduz. Find their schedule. There we go. So, does this cup... It's weird that it doesn't count as part of... It does. That's weird. I guess it's because it's not a league tournament, so it doesn't show up on the same way on that other menu. So, past winners... Okay, so yeah, Vaduz 2 have won the cup twice, but also can we talk about how Triesenberg have won the cup in the very first season of this save? Amazing. I like the fact that that was against... So they have played each other in the final before as well, but hilariously, the 2 times that Vaduz 2 have won the final has not been against Vaduz. The only time they've played each other was in one time when Vaduz won it. That's so strange. Let's see if we can figure out what the scores were for those games. So they've won 1-0 against Balzers. How did Triesenberg do in Europe? I just want to see if Vaduz 2... Because it technically doesn't count like that. They have to have knocked them out earlier in the competition, yeah, but I want to know how Triesenberg got on. We may have noticed this back in the day. I just don't remember it. I love that Triesenberg didn't even play Vadux at any stage. I assume Rugel must have knocked them out. They beat Eschenmaren's third team in there as well, and only won the penalties in the final. Then got St. Joseph's. Isn't that a Gibraltarian side? Yeah, they lost 5-0 to a team from Gibraltar and then got beat that same season by Eschenmaren's third team. Oh, that's incredible. Yeah, this is why I love doing this kind of stuff, and just the crazy pathways that we get led down and then finding stupid shit like that. That might honestly be, let me just make a note of that, one for the next issue of Weird FM, which I'm not going to start doing immediately just because I want to get the recap video finished first. They're a 7th tier side. God damn. Real Madrid versus Real Madrid B. If you lose to your own B team, then it's over for you at that stage. Oh, the French. I love the French Cup. It's my favourite cup competition. Just by a comfortable distance. CD Marathon. Who are they? Oh, Honduras. Why are we back in Honduras again? I guess it's that point where they're all getting a bit mixed up. Right. Scout reports. Let's see what we got. Not these guys, that's for sure. Let's get rid of those. That narrows it down a bit more. Any super old players? Wow, really no. Ross Edwards of Man United. Didn't we look at this guy before? I think we did, didn't we? I remember looking at him back when we were at Le Chouinge, maybe? I swear he was one of the players that came on the radar when we were trying to find a replacement for those ridiculous... the last 3 months. The recap is going to be the Sarong bit, so Sestri and Sarong, and then I'll start on the next bit. Unless people don't want it this year. So how is that turned on again? I guess it's because I've got Switzerland turned on, right? It must be. In some manner. Because I do still have Switzerland turned on. Obviously, you can't turn on Liechtenstein because it isn't a league, so I assume that's the reason. St. Nicholas, I do like this dude, but he's going to join PSG anyway, isn't he? You're £33 million, and that's a lot. He's a good player, but £33 million? Wow. That's a lot. Right, next, lads. Nothing happening. Pretty much. It's a 3-minute segment, basically. There's a Peruvian Italian there. Don't mind a bit of that. Detail level preference. Maybe, but I don't think I've touched that. So it shouldn't be affecting it. As far as I know, anyway. It'll be within the next 2 weeks. Barring some incredible computer mishaps. Like, I just need to record the face cam footage for it. And a little tiny bit of game footage outside of matches. I mean, it's still not going to take a short period of time to do, but we're at the point now where I can actually work comfortably for the time being, unless anything crazy happens that absolutely ruins my mood again. Best World Cup memory. I like that you had to put that caveat because you know how chat will react to that exact statement, so I respect it. I don't really have any from the last World Cup at all because it just didn't feel like a World Cup. Nothing about it felt right for me. Do you know, all of my best World Cup memories are quite early ones from like World Cup 98 and watching the England-Brazil game, the one in 2002, in a random classroom in France. Not in France, a French classroom in England. Very specifically in England. This guy still kind of intrigues me, actually. Oh, yeah. And that Ronaldinho free kick. And actually, the England-USA game at World Cup 2010, because I was coming back from Guildford as I've been on a date that day, and I got stuck in traffic on the M25, and I had to listen to the game on the radio, but I had my windows down because it was boiling hot in the middle of summer, and like almost every other car around me had the same game on their radio, and it was just like a really weirdly kind of wholesome experience. CT Akaka, yeah, exactly. We've got Bjorn Cornez. Hey, ooh, Bjorny boy. Actually, he's quite fun. Pacey enough. Some composure's a little lacking, but he's cheap for a Belgian. I actually think he might be quite a fun one to pick up anyway. The Cameroon game. Goal for Africa every time. Oh. Jesus. Actually, I do remember that game as well. The Shabalala one. That was goal Bafana Bafana. That moment itself was actually still really nice. Yeah, the first World Cup I have any memory of was World Cup 98, and I was 8 years old. But I do remember the England-Argentina game. I remember a lot of that. And England-Colombia as well, specifically. I remember David Beckham's free kick. I think that was England-Colombia. Vahid Zukic. You're quite expensive. Like one. There you go. The Vuvuzelas were a little bit annoying, but that's just, I think that's because they themselves aren't annoying, but people who are annoying can make them annoying, you know? Jan Tiani. He's kind of fun. I don't mind the look of old Jan here. Like, not huge wages. Looks to have some decent attributes. Probably not super expensive. 1.4, I think I'd pay that. Where did they poach him from? Oh, good question. They poached him from Interclub Nkaya, Congolese lower division. Yeah, we've just got no hope of ever finding players like this because there's just no way to actually be getting them. But fair play, are they affiliated with them by any chance? No. Wow. Immense bit of scouting there. Just never even heard of them. Only seen the score, not knowing about the Lampard incident. Oh, God. Yeah, I remember where I was with that one as well. Diego Forlan. Wasn't there a really good... I think it was 2010 World Cup where an American player scored an absolutely insane finish in one of the games. It was like a bending goal. Not that narrows it down. Yeah, he's not a doctor either. He's Mr. Congo. It's promising at least. At least we're into Belgium scouting, so they're either going to be really good or really expensive. Ah, that guy's from oh, what's the name of the club? Oh, it's a different team. Wait. Yeah, it is a different team. There's another team called La Louvière Centre, which I only managed to pronounce correctly once in the entire video. I did my best with those. Happy promises kept. I didn't even see that he'd gone out on loan. But enjoy. Oh, he's at Granada. He's actually looking pretty tasty. We'll have both of these two. Future prospect. Loan moves are all good. Make sure oh, he's already on more than that. 3.2 million is a bit low. We're not going to stoop to that kind of level there, friend. It's annoying that I can only offer him a 1-year deal, but I suspect that's because of the age he'll be when he actually signs for us, perhaps. Usually you offer... let's try that. Oh, FM. And by FM, I mean me. Stop making mistakes. The rare underpriced Belgian, although it looks like he might be pricing himself out of a move here. I mean, how realistically is he going to get Belgium caps? I'm not giving you a 2-year deal. There we go, that'll do. It's basically 2.5 years. I suppose because we are January, aren't we? Yeah. So it is still technically the 3-year deal. I suppose it's because you can't offer them more than a 3-year deal, so it physically won't let you. Jan Tiani. I like this guy. Not going to be doing that. We'll do 20 million. Just because his attributes are actually... Oh, and he's 18 as well. Wait, if we're 18, why can... Oh, no, it's because it's actually a 4.5-year deal. See, I'm learning. He's Belgian for now. But let's not excuse the option that he could potentially go back to being Mr. Congo. And loan back. Fuck it, why not? You're not going to play for us anytime soon. England cricket game is delayed because the opposition haven't made it to the ground due to heavy London traffic. Ah, you see? Classic rookie error. Oh, wow. That's a bit annoying, actually. Really? A third round game against Malaga? I was kind of hoping we'd have a few more sort of, you know, third and fourth tier teams by this point. But no. Now we have to play someone who's actually good. I will not stand for this absolute offence to my nature. Can I join? I don't believe so. I don't think he's actually agreed the contract yet. And even if he did join, remember, he's going back on loan for 2 years anyway, so he wouldn't be here per se. But I would just like to check that. No, he hasn't actually joined us yet officially either. He still hasn't accepted the deal. Let me just hide inactives for the time being. He's still mulling it over. Nobody else has actually put a bid in on him yet, which is good news, I suppose. He's an investment in our future. I'm assuming these guys are all out of contract at the end of the season. Riding bikes to the ground, that's good. Are they online bikes by any chance? Jamball's gone as well. The loan farm is now unintentionally 56 players. Quadruple them. Jesus Lord. How much money are Brentford realistically going to get for him at this point? Because hasn't he got like one... is it just 1 year left on his deal? We'll send you home. You have to skip the Racing Santander game. That's okay. Jose Carvalho has committed his future. Right, what's your actual value then? Okay, that makes more sense. 29 to 44 million pounds. I'm suddenly a lot more excited about your future. Particularly as now they'd have to price him away from me with stupid money. Still not as high as I was hoping for, but he is a bit further back in the development cycle. Well, the option is 2 years. Okay, so that should be able to be decent money for you, I
18
thought, right?
quick months.
Little man, thank you for the 18, friend. How's it going? How's your choose that? Also, did I hear that Brentford are potentially getting Kelleher for like 12 million now? Or something? Because if so, that's some bidness right there. More than quadruple. Christ on a bike. 18 minutes. But I heard like mid-20s before. So they've certainly been negotiating. Which is decent. Oh, we conditions. Fair enough. Yeah, I think when Fulham signed Bert Leno from Arsenal, we had a load of conditions in the contract, which I believe we've now met all of them. Although I think there might have been like $1 million if we got into like Europe or something. But still, that's exceptionally good business. Who? Oh, that's that Ivorian guy. Do you know what the thing is? This guy isn't that much worse than Kone. He's even got the pace. I will need to immediately start playing. He's a decent La Liga 2 player already. Just quickly get him playing as number 10. Breakthrough prospect, so B team it is. He could be useful. Why did he join us now? I'm guessing it's because he's just... PA could be wrong. It's either wrong or it's another kind of Dosso-like situation where he probably is just going to max out fairly quickly. And he's a mercenary as well. God, why are they all mercenaries? This is our third Ivorian, and 2 of them have been mercenaries. Do you know who I blame for this? Joseph... God, remember Joseph Kony? I know he wasn't Ivorian, but that was a vibe in a bad way. 2012 was that? I think that was 2012. That was a very 2012 thing. Speaking of Kone, there he is. So he's going to go back on loan for 18 months anyway, which will just keep bumping his value up a little bit. It was 2012, wasn't it? I think if nothing else, he's going to be a solid profit for us. No. You don't get to do that. That's just because he's playing in Denmark. It's fine. He's a wonder kid, Jay. He'll be fine. Yeah, he's actually quite a lot better than the other dude, in fairness. But, you know, another couple of years of development playing in for AGF can't... Wait, hang on. Why does that say squad registration? Why can't I register him for the squad when he's literally not here? Odd. Best Fulham forward. In terms of star power, probably. But not in terms of his active performances for Fulham. We've had better forwards than Berbatov in terms of what their impact for Fulham. But I'd say as far as big names go, but Berbatov was a fun player to have at the club, but he was a Rolls Royce at the time that we needed workhorse players, right? And that squad at the time at Fulham was full of too many fancy Dans or fancy Berbatovs and fancy Demetars and fancy Brian Ruizes at the time. And that's part of the reason why we got relegated, because we had far too many flair players in a squad that was... It was Vibes FC, basically. And then it was Vibes FC in the Championship. Deleted tweet. No, what's going on? What are we talking about? Munoz, as in the Palace guy. The fullback. Was that? I can't remember his name, if that is his name or not, actually. Hilversent want him back on loan again. It's like, no, we've been over this. But hey, that was a flary team. An important player. I mean, we can't hurt by getting this guy out on loan. I just want to see what he's got. Yeah, we fell hard. If it wasn't for Ross McCormack, we would have been a League One club. His goals pretty much were the only reason we stayed up that season. What if Muniz tweet? Muniz has been all over the place. He went to the Royal Air Force Museum the other day. He just goes to random places. I love that about him. He just seems like a nice fella, and he likes fishing too. Cornez is in as well. Nice news. Ross McCormack moves to the belly. Bettinelli, yeah, and like then you got the real deep cuts like Nikolai Budarov. Only appreciate when you got on. Oh dear, that's not ideal. He does need more game time. Like Raul Jimenez is doing a good job for us, but Rodrigo Muniz offers us more stuff. But also, he's been injured for the end of the season. It's not like he could have played. STFC Sam, thank you very much for the follow. STFC. Trying to work out what that would be. You've thrown me, Sam. Who do you support, friend? Oh, we went on bad, didn't we? Bettinelli. Swindon. Oh, Swindon Town, of course, yes. This is where it's like, actually, it's St. Trowden. How dare you? Shout out to Swindon. I've only been there once, but it was for a wedding. And I only remember this because Pog randomly found a picture of me in a suit on one of her Facebook memories. And I was like, when was I wearing a suit in 2012? Turns out it was for a wedding in Swindon. I like Rodrigo Muniz a lot. I think he's going to be an excellent footballer. But he's still quite an unpolished player at this point. But as long as Josh King signs a new contract, who are you wanted by? Oh. I think I just leave the lineup the same, although I will switch the bench around massively. Because half those players that were on the bench aren't even literally available for this game because of the older B team situation. Oh my god, what am I doing? Right, there we go. Got them in the end. Manny obviously not on the bench. I will put probably Yildirim. Or actually no, Puyo. Because he does actually play for us. And Nelson Santos is on the bench. No, just not happening. Anyone else that doesn't deserve to be there. Why are you here? B team for you. Rate Fulham facilities. Fulham have actually got very good facilities. We invested an awful lot into our, especially the youth side of things. Not just the facilities, but the academy ratings and all that, as well as the staff of the academy. We took the guy that used to run Southampton's academy. I think it's Hugh Edwards is his name. And there's a reason why Fulham have produced some incredible players over the last few years, and I suspect that he's part of the reason for that. When you look at the people like Sessignon originally, Harvey Elliott, Patrick Roberts, although that might have been before that as well. There's been some really interesting players. I'm happy to see Patrick Roberts getting promoted with Sunderland at least. It'd be nice to see him actually play in the Prem. Is he? I don't know whether he's like a good player for Sunderland or not though. The news guy, that's the one. It's definitely not the one. Oh, is this the tweet? Ah, Roddy. It'll be just like when Andres Pereira was like actively flirting with French clubs for some reason in January, even though there appeared to be absolutely zero interest in him. Although I wouldn't mind if he went, but I do like his work rate. Particularly compared to Emil Smith-Rowe, whose work rate is non-existent for the most part. I probably shouldn't start Almeida in this game. It probably should be Herholt back in the team now. And Steiny, I need to wean him back into the team slowly, I would say. No, we can't say... yeah. Good point, well made. Stoke ground in no time. Yeah. Let's see. They've got a German goalkeeper called Thiago Esteval, who has the exact same name as that really suave Milan dude, right? Okay, first league game of the day. About bloody time. Isn't big enough to match my own ambitions. That's incredible. So soon you're going to build up a huge list of just former doffs from the Ely lads. They'll all just be sat up at the Isle of Ely pub, just chilling, be like, what happened to us? Don't blame them. Food in there's alright, actually. Oh, Jesus. Still haven't had a chance to try out the cinema up there yet, though. Just because nothing's come out that Pog and I actually wanted to actively go and see. Alumni Facebook group in it. Their manager's actually left, I believe. Too complex. I agree with the complexity, but I never played those games, so I was induced. I got thrown straight into the deep end with the complex side of things because I've only been playing since 2013. what I would say is, it's different because usually when people ask this, it's coming from a point of having never played FM games before, whereas you have to an extent, so you'll still understand a lot of the underlying stuff. I would say the best thing, I'll still give you the same advice that I give to players that have never touched it, really, is that just pick up a save with a team that either is your club or is one of the bigger sides, because at least then you'll have like knowledge of the players and it'll give you a start. And also, don't be afraid to delegate stuff to staff. Like, you can control as little or as much as you want about the game, because it is incredibly deep and complex, but you don't have to you don't have to control all of the complexity. You can delegate a lot of that complexity to your staff and then slowly take over more and more responsibility, or even less, as you get more and more or less comfortable with the way that it's set up, I suppose. That would be my best advice. Well, that would be my advice, not about best advice, but it's the advice I would give. 1 second. Apple green tea for you. That sounds delicious. Do you deliver? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. There we go. Let's get that back again. What's its magic? I think it needs more Jim White yellow tie behaviour, although I must admit that was pretty cringe and juicy at the time, but now I weirdly kind of miss it. Best pundit? I don't know, because pundit for me is like, I'm just going to ignore what they say anyway. So I couldn't tell you who I think is the best pundit, because I almost never listen to anything they say. It would almost be impossible for me to give an opinion on it. Like, the moment that they come to any kind of punditry, I just mute it or put something else on for the time being, as Almada has now scored a... Hey, look, Almada's... Wait. Nope, yeah, but he's got it. It's his 9th goal of the season, but it's the first one. Really works. I don't know. All I know is the 2 shouts that I use make the players go green on the thingy, and even if it does nothing, it makes me feel better. Like... Nothing wrong with that. At one point, they did actually work. And they worked too well. If I recall, there was one that was utterly broken. And it used to essentially have the morale effect as if the players had won the cup. Yeah, literally. Player face go brr, therefore may be good. I don't really think you need to do it. But it's one of those things where I worry if I don't do it and then we lose, it's because I didn't do it, you know? Oh, go on. Oh, he's missed it. When you play and they get mad, yeah, that's why I don't touch it when it's 1-0 up. Because I find that there isn't a single thing I've been able to say ever at 1-0 up in just a normal game where they don't react to it poorly. But the thing is, Andrew, I don't even like them for their punditry per se. I just find that the clips I see on social media are funny a lot of the time, but I'm not learning anything. There's no insight being offered by them, right? I just enjoy them. I find a lot of the discourse around football quite tedious in general, because it is driven by social media clicks more and more now, and it's just like, I don't think you're going to learn anything that interesting from it. And then obviously there's the other end of the spectrum with your wanky tacticos that are like the smell of their own farts too much. I feel like there isn't as many middle grounds as there was before, perhaps. Or maybe I just haven't found them. Champions League matchday shows, rubbish. Get rid of them. Proper journalists indeed. I want TikTokers, damn it! Oh, that's a nice pass. Go on. Oh, it's a good save again. 2 down goal. Usually, hey, fair enough. That seems like far too many options for me. If I have to pick more than 2 choices, I'm done. That's why dinner is really easy for me. It's like, which type of pasta am I having? Get speed on the pitch. There you go. He's a person. It is a pundit. Trying to think of... Chat, those of you that are not UK based, what do they call pundits in your nation? The people that are not the presenters of the main show, but do like halftime analysis? The sort of talking heads peoples, the expert commentators that aren't actually commentating on the game, they're the people in the studio. I'm sure there's another, I imagine in Spain they call them something else, or El Pandito, perhaps. Analyst, yeah, analyst is probably... very generous, I would say, actually, for quite a lot of them. Expert commentator. I like that, actually. I think you could not get away with calling them expert commentators in the UK because very few of them could ever be called experts. It just wouldn't work. They get ripped to shit. How the fuck am I supposed to know? Exactly. I wouldn't mind, like, anti-punditry. Expertin. Yes, where they've recast it because they've learned nothing from the BBC. Football experts. Do they not even put the space in there? They're just football expertin. Don't know why. That's fine. spend most of your life that way. Let's try that. It's actually quite an important game here. Pretty much, it really does just boil down to that, though, isn't it? It just boils down to it's literally the same in other sports, though, with the cliches. I realise that when you watch other sports, they have the exact same equivalent cliches for their own sport. With football, oh yeah, with football, it's always, especially watching England punditry, because sometimes that just happens to seep into my head. It'll be things like they need to move the ball quicker. That one is the most annoying one as well. When they're just, oh yeah, England just aren't moving the ball fast enough. It's like, what are you talking about? And to an extent, I do sort of understand what they're saying in certain ways, but it's just such an easy thing to fall back on. It's a bit like when you're watching hockey punditry and they're like, oh, they got to get pucks in deep. It's like, shit, yeah, obviously. But like, just offer something there, please. Heard that in Danny Murphy's actual voice. They need to be scored quickly, yeah. They need to get a quick goal. They've got to get that second goal. They got it. Two goal lead. The most dangerous lead in football. I don't know. I'd say like a 1-goal lead's pretty dangerous. I mean, also, this game is an absolute shambles. The fact that we've actually conceded to these mob. Dangerous lead, isn't it? Put it where the spiders sleep. I like it when they learn a new word too. Low block was one of them for a while. They'll learn a new word and then they just use it on everything. Oh, nicely done, Pablo. Come on. Need to be yeah. Field tilt. Didn't I do subs? No, I made 4 subs. We're good. It's a good time to score. Yeah, no, really good time to score. Do you know when there's a good time to score? When you're playing the game. Like, optimal time to score in football is when the match is being played. Outside of that, less worried about it. What a player he was, by the way, chat. I know that this has just become football cliches, but there's a reason why goals change the game. No! Crazy times. Sensational. I'm loving this now. I'm really liking this discussion. What are your favourite football cliches? Oh, what a chance. Go on. Oh, dear, my God. Not to score off the field, but fair enough. No. But in football speak, BDW, that wouldn't be scoring. That would be having nookie, as tabloids would say. Well done, lads. That was a good result in the end. Almada and Marquez doing the business. Raul was a little bit sussy. But that's okay. If you don't shoot, you won't score. It's true. The other one that I really enjoy, and this is something that happens, I would say, at least once a season, is players from a club, usually Manchester City, let's be honest, having a meltdown about another team setting up to defend a game and draw with them. Like, they're affronted at the idea that someone has actually tried to play a game that might achieve an advantageous result for that team rather than just going out there and playing into a way that would allow them to score 6 goals against them. Like, I think it was Ruben Diaz against Southampton. That's just inject that sort of stuff into my veins. There's nothing more funny to me than those exact meltdowns. Michael Owen Classics, yes. That's true. You could make a movie about it, but then he wouldn't have seen it. So, you know, that's unfortunate. Marquez has done goodness. Rodriguez is out. I could have accidentally loaned someone really good and not realised it. Yunus Kabul should have played for QPR. But, I mean, this is just the first time learning of the fact that he didn't play for QPR, honestly. Should be a YouTube video. I don't think it's the type of content that would... I don't know. I prefer to just talk about it on stream. Like... That's another thing I actually kind of dislike about being a content creator is it feels like a lot of things just have to be content and there's a bit of a grind to it that I don't particularly enjoy. That's one of the other problems I've had with it. Whereas I like talking about stuff on stream, but I'm not going to make like a 15-minute video about it. Do you know what I mean? It's just, I feel like sometimes the commoditization of opinion is just a little bit overdone, perhaps. Numancia are in for him. That seems quite high up. Wait, they're 4th tier now? Tell a lie. Online dictionary, first process is Shepherd's Hour? What does that even mean? Shouting every damn commentator doing nowadays. Yeah. And there is that one particular commentator of... I still can't remember the guy's name, who just sounds like he's yelling into a desk fan. I actually don't mind... I mean, I don't even listen to that many football podcasts either. Managing top tier clubs. I actually don't know. It's not a name that I've seen come across my desk. I'm guessing no. In fact, I don't think he's even alive in my game anymore. He's not like in the game as Angelo Postecoglou or something, is he? Because you know what FM's like? No. Wow. Wow. That would be why we haven't heard much from him lately, because he's just not in the save anymore. Wow. Play by comments to the fast and the pits. You need to watch ice hockey. You'll get plenty of that. Apostakos? Ah, dear. He's gone to be with the Kangaroos. Fair play. Means, look at, hey, you Germans just go off. Tony Popovich, what a guy. Always wins things in my second life. He's managing Spurs inside that game. Popovich was he Australian? Was he Australian manager at one point? Or am I missing something there? I remember him playing for Crystal Palace, weirdly. No, he never managed Australia. Okay, maybe it was in a save of mine he managed Australia. He's actually managing Melbourne Victory and has been for 16 years. In real life he's... Right, that's why I knew that then. It's just not an FM. My only real memory of Tony Popovich is he scored an absolutely comical own goal for Crystal Palace back in the day. I can't remember who it was against. Maybe it was against Fulham, that's right, I remember. I don't know. Kevin Muscat. He's the manager of Winterthur. Wait, is that... Oh my god, look at his managerial history. That's so cool. Melbourne Victory, St Trowden, Yokohama F Marinos, Shanghai Port for 12 years, and then just St Gallen and then Winterthur. Best parts afterwards. Yeah. It does certainly seem like that, doesn't it? I wonder if that's because there's like an extra level of respect between them because they've kind of got it out of their system almost. Unless someone's done something real dodgy. No Oliver Glasner. Am I spelling Oliver Glasner wrong? I'm surprised. He's young, isn't he? That looks right? Huh. Odd. And Gabor Kirai. No grudges, just passion, exactly. Is Kirai a coach or something then? Oh, wait. I mean, he isn't, but also he's just a regen. Gabor Kirai at Budafok. God, he's played for every single Hungarian team imaginable, hasn't he? Spartacus in there, Dorog, Kazinc Barshika, Pekshi, Veszprem. Whoever these guys are, who I've never heard of, and we managed in Hungary for like 25 seasons. Glasner. No, not only that, there's not even a Glasner in the database, even in the surname. Weirdly. Jason Tyndall. What's the betting he's still following Eddie Howe around? Jason Tyndall is the assistant manager at Arsenal, which means only one thing, right? Oh! It doesn't mean what I thought it meant. He's following... He's following Willian Jose around, who, interestingly, was the guy that we didn't get that job from. Notably, no Eddie Howe in there either. God, he's already had 2 other jobs. Since then, Arsenal's favourite personnel. Am I missing someone? Martinelli. Odegaard. Oh, Pep. To be fair, Pep was there for quite a while. I think he's won a title with them. Irakunda there. I believe they sold him quite earlier in the save. Yeah, Nestori's been good in this save. Vitor Pereira is currently Iran manager. He was Al Shabab coach for 8 years, then Saudi, now Iran. His career's been a bit weird, if I'm honest. Graham Potter in there as well, naturally. Jesus, we have a lot of games. Anyhow, let's have a little look. Hey, people can call their Patreon regions whatever they like. Well, within reason. Hence how I managed to negotiate halve down to halve and all pasta. Send me an offer. Do you know what, lads? Yeah, crack on. Off you go. What? Aren't these guys like... Oh, they are 4th tier, I suppose. But they've produced some crazy good players. Maybe we should do them a favour and send this random Albanian dude back to them. Yeah, so he has gone to PSG. 36 grand a week. I hope we don't regret not signing him, but in time we will find out. Eddie Howe? Manager unemployed. He's probably just been sacked by Crystal Palace, right? Minus 10 PA. That would make him quite good though, wouldn't it? Let me just have a look, see what happened. Sacked as Crystal Palace manager in October. Yeah, he's been at Palace, Brentford, Real Sociedad, Chelsea, Newcastle, obviously. Speaking of that, how is the Premier League looking these days? Spurs seem to be back to being rubbish again. Middlesbrough, though, shout out to Borough. Only their 2nd season up in the top flight under Joe Lumley, who, of course, if you recall, used to be the manager of Welling United. No, was it Welling United? That's his career stats. Hang on. I swear it was Welling United. Yes! He's the guy that got Welling promoted all the way up. Most Balotelli story that wasn't him. I don't know. I'm going to need context for that one. Speaking of, I wonder if Wickham are still absolutely shitting the bed here. Like, I don't want them to get relegated because then Wanderer will be sad. But also, if they do, it's incredibly good content. I love that he's at Lashowinge. Napoli signed him for £76 million and then let him go to Lashowinge for free. Just Napoli things. Barwell never got back into the Football League, no. We haven't... Sorry, not Football League. So we have like a lookup thing that people are using in chat to actually get me to check stuff out like that, just because it keeps things moving, otherwise we get kind of stuck. But I am going to look through the English leagues now anyway, so you may well see them in there as a result of that anyway. Thank you for the follow as well, Friendly. Welcome to chat. Hope you're having a lovely Tuesday. But I do want to have a little look down the English leagues anyway, so we'll probably see them along the way. West Brom and Pompey not having the best time on their returns. At least it was different clubs. Are Salford still in the prime position? Ooh, do Salford bottle it? That is the question. Also, Charlie Lolly of Millwall. You got that Lolly. There he is. 28-year-old Charlie Lolly. I'd like to see Salford get promoted just because it's someone different. French term, Earl du Berger. Erotic poetry. Tristan like Tenerife. Trist is very much it's another one of those FM words that you just don't hear unless you're reading 19th century Victorian eroticism. Which, Chris, you know, you do you. But you do you. Luton again might well survive. Wait, are they doing it? 34 points. Luton are going to survive 2 years in a row with a points deduction. They've been in administration 2 years in a row. League One, Rotherham and Lincoln City. Well, Rotherham are running away with it. Bolton in there as well. Cardiff not looking like getting promoted back up again. Scunthorpe sitting pretty in League One though. Altrincham are in trouble. National Trust property. You yearly member there, Bay. Oldham top of League Two. Congratulations to Oldham, by the way. Back into the Football League again, right? Welling are in danger of... Oh my God, Preston are bottom of the Football League. By a long way. That's... Jesus Christ. Preston North End. Oh my days. Look at this. They were 15th in the Championship just a few years ago. Relegated from the Championship, relegated from League One, and they've been in League Two ever since, and now they're going down again. Jesus. Yeah, but they are in administration, but even without that, they'd still only be like here. That's, bad. Let's see. How are Huddersfield Town getting on? Huddersfield Town still not having a great time of it as well. 11th in the National League after their relegation last season. They're showing no signs of getting back up again. Boreham Wood down there. Right, now to the 2 leagues that we care the most about. South Shields, top of league. I hate the way their badge is slightly off-centre in my face pack. Not my face pack, my badge pack. We got any Dover? No signs of Dover in this one, but this is obviously National League North. It'd be a bit weird if Dover were in National League North. Although, Right, come on. Are Wickham in trouble? Oh, Wickham might... They're looking a bit safer these days, although I'm... Oh, there's Dover. Playoff spots. 7th in the league. Bath City, top of the league. So Wickham at the moment are 3 points above the drop zone. They might not get relegated, but they could easily still also get relegated. Which would be bad. Though at this rate, they're going to get joined by Huddersfield and Preston soon. There's Jacob Farrell, who is, I'm guessing this chappy here was the one you were looking up because you are Australian. And so is he. Unfortunately, he's literally just retired from Central Coast Mariners as of the summer. And now he's an absolutely awful scout. Slough, they're just waiting for Waikakum to come along and save them. Cheltenham in it too, yeah. The National League is looking pretty good these days in terms of the number of insane teams that are down there. Why is my watch buzzing off? Who's this? Off you go. In real life, nice. Fair play. Kakum just left, and this is true. Yeah, Callum started a new save, didn't he? Brady Williams. Still at Gladbach. After all those years of turmoil, you are still there. After that, they tried to get rid of you. You then dropped to the second tier with them and started playing even better, and you've still not managed to find a good move after that. Still, nearly 100 caps for Australia. Kind of wild that you're still there. Could generate £2.1 million a year in shirt sales. Obst has been loaned. Dosso is gone. Did we sign anybody? New club in the same save. I like doing that, though. That's what I plan to do if we complete this goal as well. The guys we've signed today, we signed Lewis Hamilton and Garlo, but you already knew about him. That was that random Ivorian dude. Cesar Kone, but he's gone back on loan for 2 years. Now he's worth £20 million. See, our investment was worthwhile. We got this guy, Bjorn Cornes, because he was just kind of cheap and had okay attributes. And lastly, Yantiani, who's back on loan at Westerlo as well, because again, cheapish, had good attributes. But the main thing that's happened to us is the fact that been a few loans, but more importantly, Dosso has gone to Lille for £15 million. But that's okay. We expected that. Pineda did sign a new contract though, so he is not going to be leaving. We actually we've got 2 Ivorians technically now. We'll get homegrown. We're not super interested in him getting homegrown anyway because he's 19 years old, I think. So it wouldn't matter if he was here for however long anyway. And we're only really looking at him as an investment signing because I don't think that he's the guy long term. So I figure we might as well sign him, let him play for AGF for a little bit, and then keep his value nice and high, and then try and sell him for big money. Because he can't even play a tactic in our system, like a role in our system at the moment. Oh, Karapche is tired. But luckily we have thousands of footballers. Remnant of my miserable hair. Hey, you put yourself down too much there, friend. Why is Karapche now playing... Oh, wait. I did not mean to put Portea there. Who was I trying to click? Because it sure as hell wasn't him. I guess... Pineda, right? Has to be. The Rooney hair flux. Raul is quite tired now. But the only other option to put there really would be Jose Garcia, who's still injured. And this is a league game. I'd rather play him for this one than rest him against Malaga midweek, right? Because at that point, I don't really care what happens there. Steinmetz probably should start this game. He needs football and he needs it now. Oh, Nikolic is back. That's good news. Probably get you on the bench instead of... I hate to say it, but it's probably Sven. Lots of options available to us, though. That's good. The challenge is we're trying to win the Champions League with a team who have never been to a European final. Ever. And starting from the... 7 is empty. Except it probably isn't empty, is it? It's another one of these hilarious situations where it is actually filled. You just don't know about it. Oh, no, it actually is empty this time. Great. But we're starting from the very bottom of European football and working our way up using the sort of journeyman approach to things and trying to get coaching badges along the way. We're now at a club where I feel comfortable trying to go for the goal. But if we were to get to a European final and lose, we would have to resign. So what's he an option? No. Not as far as I know, anyway. I'm pretty certain that they've been in European finals. But that's the overall. And also, any clubs that reach European finals during the save that weren't already on the list are also going to be exempt too. So we've got an updating list that we update as things go along. Some very strange clubs, including Osasuna, actually, and now we cannot manage Osasuna. Fulham talents through... Who are Fulham's talents that left and become stars? Well, ironically, Ryan... Well, he didn't become a star, but I'm glad we got him back, because I think he still can be, because he's still young enough. I think that... I actually don't know, because a lot of these players leave us and actually don't go on to do a great deal after that, because I always feel like they leave 1 to 2 years too soon. Frankly. I think prime Luis Saha I wouldn't mind having back. I think Napoli just don't rate him because he's not expensive enough. If he was worth 150 million, Napoli would be like, right, now I'm listening. Is that Odin Thiago home? I think I say this every time we play against Osasuna, I don't know, but... Oh, well played, Steiny. That's actually incredible play from Steinmetz, although I don't know if this is going to work out for us. But that little interception there has potentially prevented us from getting second phase. That might even turn into an attacking opportunity for us. It also feels like every league game we're playing now is against the team I feel like we're expected to beat all of a sudden. Are there just like 15 teams we expect to win against, and then just the top guys now? Have we really come along that far in such a few short years? Oh, that's a penalty. I mean, it probably isn't a penalty, but it's going to get given as one. Manly checklist teams. Yes. If you mean for like the Champions League stuff. So we already had a list that was made back in the day, and then we updated it, basically. So it was made for me. But yes, it was manually constructed. Which is why I put the spreadsheet available for people to download themselves so they don't have to do that kind of work. It's always hard to tell when you're at a level like Serong as to how far a player could push up the leagues. Like, he was insanely good for us when he came through. Was able to start in our first team at 16 because he was like 2.5-star CA when he generated at 15. But you're never quite sure like what that means going forward. It does seem like Steinmetz is kind of maxed out now, which means that the fact is we managed to get a really solid top half La Liga level player at a Belgian third tier side. So that's still a good thing. Moussa Dembele. The Spurs Moussa Dembele, as in the Belgian Moussa Dembele, I would 100%... Oh, Lizarazu! You naughty boy! Right, this should be... Actually, we'll probably win this 1-0 now. Because once teams go down to 10 men, it just kind of goes. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I would love... Like, prime Belgian Moussa Dembele back would be incredible. He was just one of the best players I think I've ever had. He was just so good. The French one, not so worried about. Although it was a shame that we lost him in the way that we did for free again, because we're so good at doing that. The most time spent walking. Really? Yeah, he only has 2 modes, walking and sprinting. Payich is through again. Come on. You see the problem there is he was on his right foot. If he just put that on his left, it's in. Key highlights. Yeah. Trust me, if it was still on full match, we wouldn't have been able to get through 40 minutes of this game in that kind of time scale. Oh, come on, Stein, have a shot. He's unselfish, is my Steinmeister. Raul is getting very tired. Then again, I can always just take him off for the second half while we're winning 1-0 against a team with 10 men who haven't had a shot yet. Although it does set itself up perfectly for the ultimate FMing, right? We could bring Pueo on, I guess, actually, for the second half. And also, I might just make a couple of half-time subs. Who is El Omari? Was that the Tunisian dude we signed? Moroccan dude? How did you get onto our bench? Fair. Yeah, Espanyol are not having a nice time, are they? I'll leave it at that. I don't want to make too many halftime subs here, even though we are winning and they've got 10 men. Most times sprinting. Yeah, Anthony Robinson is never not sprinting. He's always in a state of flux. Or sprinting, in this case. Yeah, they're actually having a worse season than even like the Real Betis year, who are still stranded in the second tier, by the way. Hello, Stephen. How's it going, man? Portea's had an absolute shitter today. It would suck if they're down to 10 men. They've not had a shot in an hour. We're only a goal up. It does sort of give FM the opportunity to do the ultimate, we're going to mess with you here and make them score their first opening of the entire game, right? Particularly with the fact they're playing it out from the back, although this does make me think that it's more likely going to be us pressuring them into a mistake here because they've got nobody to aim the ball for. That, and now that they've moved to an incredibly narrow system, it basically means that every time we win the ball back, we just go down the wing and put the ball in the box, and something will hopefully happen. Are they just trying to hold possession for the next... Now I'm starting to wonder if we actually are on full match. This is the longest highlight ever. Well, everyone in that... This is... You know that Simpsons episode where they've got the World Cup on and they're watching it? It's just the two centre-backs passing the ball to and fro each other. Oh, God, Mafia's in. Fuck off. I cannot believe that's just happened. They've just passed it around for like 2 minutes, lumped it over the top, and who else was on the end of it but Mafia? I can't believe... That's their first shot of the game after an hour, and they've got 10 men. Mental. It was just inevitable, wasn't it? It's just absolutely inevitable. One shot, one goal. 10-man OP. Mental. Problem is, now we'll have loads more chances and we'll fail to score. We haven't really had that many chances since their red card, ironically. Oh. No, his name is Mafla, but we call him Mafia. Jesus Christ. Marquez is knackered. Carvalho in, I guess. Portea's been shocking. I'm going to risk a fifth sub here because it's Carrot Chair, I think. The keeper's done a decent job today, for sure. Oh, don't draw against this mob. This was handed to us on a plate. Come on. Almada to the rescue. Oh, never mind. Biggest nemesis in FM history. Probably still HJK. Even though they've not wronged me for a very long time. They just keep cropping up. I don't know what to tell you. Lee the lad. I'll tell you what I'll tell you. Thank you for the 3 months.
Long time lurker, but love watching the streams while I have been working towards selling football shirts at my first event this Sunday. Wish me luck.
Interesting. Firstly, good luck. Secondly, that's kind of cool. Explain. I'm intrigued. Yeah, that's just the epitome of FM nonsense game, isn't it? They get a red card. You can't create a single chance after they get the red card. They score their only shot of the game. Yeah. That's just the epitome of FMing. But we all saw it coming. What did Rakov do? Rakov took over the Polish FA. The Rakov one was because I had an entire season lost during my Polonia save because of a glitch, which basically meant that when the league split, it didn't split properly, and then the following season it never generated league fixtures. So I lost an entire season of the Poland save with no league fixtures. Really, really weird. What had actually happened that triggered that is because if you turned on that particular edition of FM, if you turned on Brazil or Argentina in the middle of a season which had a split in it, it would bugger that season up and then cause no fixtures to be generated for the following year. So that's good. We haven't updated the list. No, we do need to clean that up a little bit, I would say. That's really annoying because these are the kind of points that are going to get us top 6 this season. But you kind of got to stay with it. Particularly as someone down here is surely going to get their shit together at some point. But actually, I'm not sure who. All the usual suspects are above us. Real Sociedad probably are the ones. Like, where are we at XG-wise? We're at +2. So we're about where you'd expect to be. Retro football. That's so sickly. Congratulations, man. Just going out on your own there. That's awesome. Way too many shirts. Yeah, don't we all, though? I mean, I imagine you have a lot more than me. I'm just stick with my Ape Jape shirt. Thank you. Got a red card and even the playing field. And at that point, it would have given us 10-man OP, so you're not wrong. Why is Sturmgrass there? Why is Sturmgrass where? I don't know. I actually don't know. Why are Sturmgrass on there? What did Sturmgrass do to us? Oh, was it them refusing to sell us that player for such a long time and then selling him to PSG? Maybe. There was a guy on, I think, the Treaty or the MTK save who was a winger at Sturmgrass who would refuse to sign for us for like 5 years and then just randomly sign for PSG. Also, Mihailo Ilic. You okay there? He looks like Taylor Hetherington. Like, odd face pat picture you've got going there, friend. So their managerial history, obviously they had Steven Gerrard, we know that. So they had Kieran McKenna, actually. Mark McCormack, Vasco Botelho da Costa, Nuno Espirito Santo, then Steven Gerrard, and now they got Brandon Astley, who spawned in, managed the MK Dons, and is now about to take Salford City to the Premier League. Things you'll have to see. I reckon Nuno did the grunt work there. Well, Binder should still be in the game at least. There they are. The team that was responsible for well, not technically the longest stream I've ever done anymore, actually. Because we wiped that away when we were at Lashowins. When the PhD didn't play. There was also 2 Feet Ganem in the same save that did the same thing. Our win percentage is pretty high, I would have thought. Not as high as it would have been in previous saves. Because obviously we've been managing a lot more difficult team. Spine, yeah. It's one of those moments that's just too perfect that we've never been able to even get close to repeating that. Roy's win percentage is 53. It's not bad. Coming up to 1,000 goals. Binadu, so basically in the African adventure save, we were looking for a job. And we kept getting a news article saying that Binner had appointed a dude called Wagbay as player manager. But for some reason, it would happen every single day. A new news article would come through that say, Binner appoint Wagbay as player manager. And we were like, okay, that's funny as hell. But then as the stream wore on, we started to realize that we were no longer being offered any kind of job opportunities for whatever reason. No idea why. We just weren't. So we'd apply for jobs. We'd barely even get interviews. In fact, I don't think we were even... I think we were getting interviews, maybe, but we weren't being offered the job ever. Like, to the point where we went, hang on a minute. So we started applying for like the worst possible jobs available in Africa. And because we had all of Africa turned on, there was a lot of those runs. Like, we're talking Namibian 2nd division level stuff. And even then we weren't getting. So we were like, what the hell's wrong? And then someone in chat, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Lewis. Might be wrong about that. Posited that for some reason, the Wagbay Binner situation was causing the game to glitch out. So we just thought, fuck it, why not give it a go? So what we did is we added a new manager to the save, made him manager of Binner instead of Wagbay, who was being declared there, and then tried to see if that, and then retired him, obviously. Then saw what would happen. Cut to a week later, and we immediately started getting offered jobs. For some reason, the game had glitched out so badly because of this whole cycle of player manager thing that us doing that had broken the cycle, and then we were able to get a job. But we streamed for 6 hours, 4 of which was probably us not getting a job and not understanding why, basically. And for the longest time, that was my longest stream ever. Hang on, you're worth £20 million now. He's wanted by an awful lot of teams for a random Albanian Italian lad, but sure. Maybe they're trying to tell us something. And Barla's going to Charlton for a little bit. But yeah, that was the story of Binner and how that came about. And I think for about 3 years, that was the longest stream I'd ever done, until the one we did with Lashowinge earlier this year, where we went on so late that Pog was getting annoyed at me because we couldn't go into Tesco's and do the big show. I don't think I finished until like gone 6 o'clock that day. It was like 6:15 in the evening I finished. A little bit long. But I've done quite a lot of extended streams during this save in general, just because I've been enjoying it so much. Eldritch horror type shit, literally, yeah. Eldritch Blast. James Beadle at Leicester City. Nobody Faye comes up a lot, doesn't he? The amount of memes that came out of that stream alone as well. Tell the Pogster. Immense. You're a random 30-year-old goalkeeper. You're a few random... Oh, there's a guy Modena there. Barcelona dude. Ben Wood. Wait, Ross Edwards. Wasn't that the guy from Man United? I'm guessing he's now gone on loan to Juve. Okay. Oh, I find them fun. It's just one of those days when the vibes are so good and everything's just popping along. It's like doing those longer streams doesn't even feel like I'm doing anything, you know? It's just like having a nice time. Making me question everything. It's fine. Don't bring existentialism into this. Haven't had YouTube to rush for. How dare you be so correct? Not that that was ever an issue before anyway, because I separated them all out into different days. Wow, that's a lot of players to send around again. Didn't we sign Rengifo? Or was that a different guy called Rengifo that we picked up? There's a lot of players we're going to need more information on. I suppose a lot of these are kind of new. Wow, that's not left us with much to look at. And you can take off the list now. Jesus. Rodrigo, I have no idea about that one. That's completely whoosh. Mario Novo. Wonder Kid, but £20 million in Newcastle. Mashigo? It's only 16. Wow. That's not bad attributes, honestly. I'll shortlist him for another time. Can't sign him yet anyway. Didn't we just sign a guy called Skender? And now there's another. Oh, he's 6'5", though. Ooh. 17 jumping reach is actually a little light for 6'5". I'm a bit worried about that consistency at 20. But he does have some really tasty attributes. I suspect the issue would be what he'd want. That means they'd take less than that, right? He's very tentpole-y. Wages are not horrendous. I think he still has a release clause, right? Yeah. So that means that... Ooh, when does that expire? Oh, not for ages. This is just Richard Nixon's with his name crossed down yours, really? Maybe. Curse you, Watergate. It's just a lot of money for a player who I'm just worried about his ceiling, particularly if he was like 18 and was this good. He's invasive and unflappable. If I could get him for like 3 million, I'd be tempted. 4.1. Fuck it. This money is gonna... The money that we've got, we kind of have to spend a little bit of it because at some point it will just disappear off of the FFP threshold and we won't be able to spend it at that point. So we might as well take a few punts on these guys just in case. We can always loan them back. You're not having a 12 million release clause. I'll give you 20. Jesus, these are huge wage options as well. Is he realistically getting Croatia caps? I'm worried that he might. That might be a bad deal. I'll loan him back for a bit if they want him. Vanderlei is still here and he hasn't been wanted for a while. Why is Mexico? I wish I could tell you. Some of these are probably memes from 2020. And you know what my brain is like? Although actually I'd say that I do a pretty good job at remembering some of this stuff. It's just like obscure information like that I'm actually okay at remembering for the most part. It's just things like where my keys are that's often the problem. Oh, you're right, it was when we did USMNT. That wasn't even that long ago. That was, chat, that was the start of this game cycle. Feel old yet? Because you should. USMNT was the start of this game cycle. Should Watson Nicholas. But again, why would we spend £15 million on a minor upgrade? It's like, it's the same exact story we had with the guy from Hearts. Signing a guy for 15 million quid doesn't suddenly illuminate the problem. It just means we've got an extra player that we now have to register, which means someone has to drop out of the squad, and we've got a minor upgrade on a player, especially as I've got young players coming through in that position, that all that would do would put them further down the pecking order, right? I just don't see the value in it, personally. I mean, we all play the game differently, but if I've got young players that I think are ready for the first team, I don't want to sign a guy for 15 million quid who's then just going to take their slot in the first team when I've got a player right there that I kind of like. So, yeah. The number 10 too. Yeah. But see previous odds. So we're going to put him into the team instead of Raul. Younger than Hearts guy. He was 20 years old, I think. Maybe 21 soon. I think he was 21 by the time he'd signed for PSG. Hearts guy, I think, was 24, to be fair. But it's the same problem. You still haven't explained to me why I would sign him and then play him over our own youth players who are of a similar level, maybe not quite as good. That's what I mean. It just seems like a waste of £15 million at that point. Why am I offering them trials? That's not what I want to do. Although there is a few Zulta Vardigam guys in here. Oh, they're not in the league, are they? Just a game? Oh, I mean, sure. But then why do anything, right? Mentoring these days. I tend not to touch mentoring, no. Like, I don't know. I just think we've got such great set of youth and young players in this save that I just don't want to bring in guys that just take their spots for no reason. Unless there's a giant gap in the squad, which I don't think there is currently. I'll give everybody a trial, man. Yeah, no news on the game. I would be amazed if we hear anything before September about it, basically, because that's usually when they start announcing stuff for the new game cycles. It's roughly September kind of time, so not even that early in September. Jose.
Oh, this is
exactly.
where I park my car.
How often do you get a Jose, or a Jose? I ask you. Your sticks and my apologies for not saying thank you for the follow when you came through earlier. And Lath D&D, thank you for the follow as well. FHM, I would recommend Legacy Hockey Manager or Hockey Legacy Manager as an option. Is there anyone that doesn't want this guy? Jesus. Good avoid the FM stuff. It's just... Just avoid social media in general, right? You'll just be happier. Like, I like the depth that we've built in this squad, and I want to start using it with all of these insane players that we've got coming through. Because I think that's just more fun for me. Like, when you look at our... Like, if I just sort this by... Oh, it's already sorted by potential. Like, 17, 17, 17, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 19, 18. All of these guys are, like, primed and ready. First teamer. Could be next year. Ready to be on the first team. My God, you've developed, haven't you? Oh... He's actually shaping up quite nicely, actually. Maybe not for us, but he's shaping up. Raul in there as well. Carvalho's now around. Bilbao, once he gets retrained to play left back. Puello for the central midfield role. Ryan Quinn, who I didn't expect to be as good as this, but even he's kind of good, actually. Ayose and Ayose. Are they both? Yeah, he's not developing at quite the same rate, but he's getting there. And then Jose Garcia as well, actually. Wow, his jumping reaches. He must have grown. That has to be it. He's developing quite nicely too. So he's our backup shadow striker now. He's not that far. Wow, he's quite quick. Damn. I deleted Twitter a year. Well, not delete it. I still have it on my phone. I just don't use it. The only time I use it is to like respond to tweets and stuff that people like actively tag me in. Not enough Ivans. Wait, what was the Ivan bug? Oh, wasn't there an entire using deck of Ivans or something? Yeah, the preview's looking kind of crap. I say kind of crap. There's one B-rated player in it, and it's a striker. But what was the Ivan bug again, though? Because I remember hearing about it, but I've forgotten what it actually, like, contained, so to speak. Stockport save. Holy shit, I'm surprised, Lath, that the community has stayed as active as it has despite the lack of game. But this comes to what I was saying earlier about how I feel like part of the reason is I've tried, on the stream side of thing anyway, to make the content less about the game, I suppose. Whole Spain's... Oh, really? Did they ever announce like why that was happening? Might have to start the Kraken for this one. Thiago Enrique. I'll drop out for Puello, I think. It's the perfect chance to give some of these guys a chance. There's a game? So I'm told. This feels like a time for Nikolic as well, actually. And also Carvalho, honestly. We've got league games to concentrate on. Oh, just got fixed. Oh, fair enough. I think it does help that the game is good too, yeah. As much as people shit on it. Like, I actually really like F24 a lot. I'm actually going to rotate everybody here. I might do. It's yet to be determined. Hey. Wait till you see us lose this next game, most likely with it. It was born of necessity. Oh shit, we've got about to 11-man bench again, don't we? It feels like we're only ever playing Copa del Rey games now. I might give Vanderlei a start here. He's probably earned it. Wouldn't be as enjoyable. It might be more enjoyable, to be fair. I'm a terrible cab driver. Portea's pretty close. He'll probably get it towards the start of the summer because that's when we signed him 2 years ago. 103 days, so literally 3. Yeah, by the summer he'll get that Spanishness about him, which then actually makes him easier to keep. Because then we're not like, oh god, is he worth a spot in our squad, you know? Well, amazingly, there is Lachlan Candy. 31-year-old real player, which means his name is in the name pool for New Zealand. Cabrera doing... Oh, Cabrera, was he the loanee? I've not seen anything bad about him, but I haven't seen anything good about him either. But then he's a DM, so you're likely to not get many reports on him. We'll have a look. Sweet. There is a Sweet. There's Will Sweet. In Sweden. Also, Sweetster Hawks as a surname. There's a guy actually plays for hashtag. Dirty little secret team cheer for any sport. I don't know, really. Like, in football, I'm a Fulham fan, right? That's my dirty little secret that everyone knows the answer to. There's James Sweet of Hansa Rostock. Wow, he's been all over. I love how many games he's played for each of these clubs. It's actually better on this screen. Like, he's just put, like, really solid double-digit appearances in for all of these teams. Love to see it. Candy and Sweet. And let's just have a little look at Cabrera, because he'll be on the dev list, won't he? I think. Brentford then. Don't even say these things out loud. You'll conjure horrible beings like Darren. Let's see, average rating. I was hoping he'd show up towards the top of this. That's the dream. Daniel, was he that guy that we were fighting against other teams to sign, because he looks all right as well, actually. Mohamed Trey, all right. Ron's got 9 goals now. Oh, God. Somebody stop him. There's Cabrera. Oh. He'll be a... oh, good God. Actually, I'll tell you what, chat. Just having Porteo no longer count as a foreign player next season and being able to bring in Manuel Cabrera as essentially like a free signing in the summer, that's just going to elevate us. Just immediately. Because he's had a lovely time out on loan at Sporting Gijón. 2 goals, 5 assists. Just doing solid stuff for a relatively average team. That's decent. I love when we get those, just random guys. Sync right now, I'm still... He's catching strays while I'm blocking the sync. Max Dowman. I don't know who that is. I find the problem with a lot of the updated database stuff is, particularly at this point, they tend to run very, very slowly. That was what I noticed when I did that retro one a little while ago. This player. I'm sorry, my memory's appalling. As you know. I sometimes forget what I'm saying in the middle of saying it. As you know. So yeah, you're still at Köln. Good for 1 goal a season, pretty much. The average ratings are pretty stable. I think it is just like a lack of pure technicals. Biggest stat is age. I have never heard of him. Which doesn't mean anything. You could be like, have you seen that movie with Tom Cruise? And I'm like, who's Tom Cruise? Like, obviously I'm aware of that. But the only England youth prospect I recognise is Josh King. Other youth prospects may not apply. Inconsistent. I think it's just that because of the amount of changes that would need to be made for a proper consistent update, they are not able to be broadly... They're not able to be vastly...
Here's a fun fact.
They're not able to cover enough, basically.
Simple
Speaking of
as
FM
2
Llama,
blocks from here.
a while ago, but nevertheless, we were. How's it going, man? Thank you very much for the raid. Interesting to see you streaming on a Tuesday. We were actually discussing the fact that you didn't normally stream on Tuesdays earlier, and that we really enjoy you as a human being. So shout out to you. Welcome in, everybody. How we ended up with Easter? Oh, God. Pontius Pilate confirms Jesus capture. First team play next season. Yeah. He has to be. We're back in the pink. How can a llama be a human being? Because I anthropomorphisize people. That is why. Mine goes like, oh, you'd think that I'd be able to remember my birthday even easier, given that Pog and I have the same birthday, but no. Does anyone else do this thing where anytime they're in any kind of social interaction, not even social interactions, public interactions with either like people in restaurants or in shops, you have to like plan out the first sort of 3 or 4 interactions of the conversation, right? Of what you're going to say, what they are going to say back, what you're going to say. I have to do that when I'm in shops and restaurants and stuff. But the problem is, if they then go off script, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? How could you? Now I don't know what to say, and I end up saying the dumbest things in those positions. Tom Jonesy, AM. Ooh, AM, nice. Thank you for the follow. What's new, Piscap? Neutral rehearsal and thing. Yeah, literally. My brain just completely goes out and doesn't know what to do. Being a good human being, no, that's not true. You're one of the good ones. They have Sidi Sidibe. His parents were only allowed like 3 letters to use, and they've used them well. Paying a skate. It's a bit like when you get approached in a restaurant while you're eating and they ask you how your food was, and it's like, what? It's always well as something in my mouth. Standing desk. Honestly, never looking back, Llama, it's the best idea imaginable. One, it allows me to get through like 2,000 steps for every stream I do. So I'm at 1,800 steps today. At start of stream, I had 500. So roughly, we'll get to about 2,500 steps by the end of stream today. So I get through 2k steps during stream. In addition, my heart rate is slightly higher, so I'm not sat down. It also means that my posture's better because I'm not slouching over at a chair. And I actually find that I'm just more energetic when I'm standing up and stuff on stream. It allows me to be even more me, which honestly could be a turn-off for some people watching. I was like, we don't need to be any more himself. He's bad enough as it is. But I would love it. Would love it? I do love it. Start jogging. Well, I'll get myself like a treadmill, like a walking pad treadmill thing for underneath the desk. Go on, Prayo, bend it. Oh, what a finish that is from Jose Garcia, of all people. Love that for you. Very nice. But yeah, would highly recommend it. This one on Amazon was like £150. Read a message before I send it. I'm the same, AJ, but also the opposite way around as well, where sometimes I'll receive a message and it's just ever so slightly unclear, and I will reread it, trying to interpret every piece of possible context that I can to make sure that I'm responding the correct way. And even then, I still fuck it up half the time because of not understanding social cues. Jumping jacks. See? 150. But for a desk, like, it's not so much the fact that it's a desk, but it's the fact that it's a standing desk that actually is capable of going up and down. Because you can buy some desks that are just at this height in general, but then what if you do want to sit down, right? I like to have the option. So this has got like 3 different settings on it that you can custom set the height on them. So you just press the button on the preset and it just goes down to that level. Mohawk, he does apparently, which just makes him even cooler, if you ask me. VAR reviewing interactions at 2 a.m. Oh, yeah. That's actually been what's kept me up. Not last night. Last night was good night's sleep. The 2 nights before, though, just brain would not shut off. It just goes into this horrible work mode, which with the way things have been for me lately is usually not a good thing because it's usually just ruminating on how useless I am. I know that sounds incredibly like, yeah, but that's just unfortunately what it can be like sometimes in those situations. That's a great finish from Vanderlei. The lads are doing well. Considering how weak this team actually is compared to what we'd normally put out there, I didn't expect them to actually be able to come against Malaga and get through. Because Malaga are not a muggy side by any means. But it's just nice to see like Pueo and Garcia still doing bits. That's true. Inferno could sit next to the desk. I could make him a little chair or a doggy bed. Oh, go on, Carvalho. Straight off the kickoff. Imagine if he scored directly from their kickoff. The kits do look very, very good. Once again, Pass Pro's incredible work. I really like our away kit. A cat tree. Cat Ferno. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's offside probably, but it is a beautiful bit of play nevertheless. See, what were we even worried about? Losing Dosso is fine because we've got Raul and now Jose Garcia looks like he's capable of being a backup. Infermiao. I feel uncomfortable having heard that with my ears. Except I didn't hear that with my ears. Well, I did when I said it out loud myself. Does that count? It's been an absolutely woeful game of football too. We just happen to be winning it 2-0 because we're just that good now. Oh dear, I was about to say Almeida's looked really good in this game and now he goes and does that. Oh my days. I appreciate that, Danny, I do. It's one of those things. My brain is very bad at filtering out negativity. I'm sure that's not like, certainly not a unique experience. It's just very bad at filtering out the bad stuff, and then it has a great habit of ignoring anything good. Like, my brain has never met a good mood it couldn't ruin. You know what I mean? I could be there in a great mood and just go, oh, well, damn. And I haven't thought about anything for a while because I've just been doing some whatever. And the brain kind of just goes, yeah, but remember this, or have you thought about that? And I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. I kind of have, haven't I? And then you're back to feeling like crap again. It's like there's a lag on it, yeah. A cat breeding game. Amazing. Right. Let's see. Fuck, I'll just bring Steinmetz on as well, actually, while we're at it. Boop. The hell? I love when the game just puts random stuff on the screen like that and you can't get rid of it. Can I even bring Opry on? Shit. Positive self-talk. I guess, but I've tried that sort of stuff in the past and I find that my brain just doesn't really listen. Street Fighter game versus me. Yeah, you're just about to go to sleep and then your brain goes, fight. Yeah, Bay's like an expert at avoiding the filters. Streamliner will say anything he wants. We're actually quite fortunate to get through this tie. But that's fine. If it sets us up with a nice easy one in the next round, this is where we draw Real Madrid. Oh, go on. Give us a third one. That's them. I've just realised that is them. Do give us a third one, but probably... Oh, I missed it. Love it. We're just very good, aren't we, really? We're just casually bobbing along, looking top 6 in the league. Might get Europa League next. Oh my god, he's got another one. Where's Pablo Marquez? I love it when he randomly pops up from a corner as well. Just out of nowhere. I guess he must have a little bit of height to him in a day like today, but surely Vanderlei and Martinez are still being favorited for that. 3-0 up. cushy as you like. And it allowed us to rest quite a few important players for the next game, which is nice. British Holiday Derby? Yeah. Well, Mallorca could also get involved in that. 100%. I've noticed that Pog's been saying a few things like, oh, you know, have you considered going to a Tenerife match? And I'm just like, I wonder why you're asking me this. Struggle with my first language English. Great images that help me describe. I'm still sort of working my brain out a little bit, I think. That's what it sort of comes down to. I'm just working things out. For example, in January, I tried the discipline your way through it approach because I thought that would be helpful. And it was, for a bit. And I suspect that actually doing that in January and February is probably the reason why you've not had a recap video in 3 months. I'm pretty certain that that's a good contribution to the reason as to why that's the case. But I wonder when I have... Oh, go on then. I'm not even going to look at the rest of the message. I want to see... Perfect. No notes. Cock Rottier. That's probably better. I'd say that's actually better than Cock Ringling. That is sensational work. Yeah, she's just a big fan of the streams, Chris. Oh, dear. Yeah, as for the tactic, the reason it came about is because when we first got to the first club in this save, I said to chat, wouldn't it be fun if we just built a tactic that used the 11 best players this club has, no matter what roles and positions they play? And it sort of over time evolved into this. My favourite zombie smut writer? You want to get some better smut, my friend. Speaking of, let's just have a little cock search. I'm pretty certain I looked at this the other day. Sometimes I'll just do that. Okay, Clint Cox is pretty good. Matt Cockram. Gabby Grewcock, did she? Carrick Maycock is just a really interesting name. Malik DeCock, very solid. Alvin Elcock. You're looking for younger players here because it means they're like newer regens, although staff members obviously generate at a slightly older age as well. There's Jai Pycock, Wim DeCock, Cock Kyverhoven. This probably means something in Dutch that's much funnier than what it looks like. Ali Peacock. Lee Peacock. Lee Peacock is pretty good. I'm a big fan of Lee Peacock. Max Leacock. Goes on for a while. Yoni DeCock. Bobby Joe G-Cock. That's a great name. Kobe Hines Leacock. Rico Meacock. Rico Meacock is solid. Leon Elcock. And there's just Ben Doak. Hey, David, we both know that this is a lie. That is exactly how you imagined you'd be entering stream, because that's probably how you enter most of the streams, right? Click the thing. Oh, what heinous shit is he up to today? How it goes? No way. That's sick, dude. Congrats, Pog has an interview on Thursday. So that's good news. Girona, wait, did Girona? Let's have a little gander. But don't tell her I told you that. She's quite excited about it because it's a really cool job. Okay, fair enough. Yep, Maxim Fistican. Solid name. Moldovan Portuguese. Wasn't on your bingo card. You want to get the new SYC bingo card? There actually used to be one. It's wanted by Lashowich. There actually was an SYC bingo card at one point. But I think a lot of it's quite... Actually, I say a lot of it's outdated. I imagine that at least half of it actually isn't outdated at all. And it's still probably painfully accurate because I tend not to have any new jokes. Oriola's off to Ibiza. That's the perfect place for Oriola. Nah, it'd be really good if she could, because one, more money, but also no commute. And also not having to work in retail. It does seem that the showings just kind of want everybody that I look at. Ibiza is so perfect for Oriola. He's just pure chaos. He's actually not going to be a footballer. He's just going to be a club rep. He's going to go on Sun, Sex and Suspicious Parents, or whatever it was called. This is where we draw Real Madrid. We're off to play the vegetable people. The hair is giving me shit. And it's because... I let it air dry yesterday. I put sea salt spray in it after I had a shower yesterday morning, and then I let it air dry. That's why it looks a bit different today. It's a bit more wavy on the sides. Your boy's got to look after his fro, you know? I probably am due another haircut soon, in fairness. Not that it would be much shorter. Fancy, I know. Yeah, Tenerife, Ibiza. It'll be off to Ayia Napa next. Got to beat Josh Allen for a bender in it. Hello, Charu. 2 times that. I've never been to Tenerife, no, but I would kind of like to go just because, you know, fun times, right? I was looking at some Tenerife shirts on Vinted, and there was one of them. You know, like when you like, I didn't realize this was a thing until yesterday or day before or whatever. When you like an item or favorite an item on Vinted, it alerts the seller, and they can then send you a message to offer you the item or whatever. So I'd liked a random Tenerife shirt on there, and then the person sent me a message basically offering it as a discount. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Looked at it, the discount was £1 from £43 to £42, and I was just like, there you go. So yeah, it is a bit vague, isn't it, Janipos? So my interpretation of what it means is basically mid-table, but you do it more than once. I honestly don't. It might not even be mid-table. It might just be that kind of lower mid-table area where it's like, say, a 20-team league. So you bought it. No, I didn't. I haven't. I didn't give in. I'm waiting for him to drop it £1 more. Then I'm in. I did buy a Fulham training top on Vinted the other day, though, for like £4, which is an incredible deal. Yeah, basically, like, you want to be around about here for a few seasons. Just be Las Palmas, but don't. No one wants to do that. Probably Ellis. Maybe. Yeah, that's literally just cheaper to buy a new one, isn't it? That is actually cheaper than some of the ones I've seen on Vinted. What interface is it? Oh, do you mean the skin? Yeah, it's that one. Sans 25. You'll find that there's a link to the folder, and it will have always got the latest version. The 2% discount, exactly. How could I ever turn that down? There is some pretty cool stuff I've been finding on there, to be fair. Jesus Christ. Marbella, that's another one. Let's send him to Marbella. He'll have a lovely old time there. There we go. I swear this mouse sometimes doesn't register my clicks. An Iranian hate... Wait, what am I looking for? Did I miss a chat message? Where am I looking? Oh, right under the... That's right. I mistook it for the Nightbot one. Wait. An insane Haitian. Jonel Jean. Atletico Madrid. Damn. Yeah, he's mental. Where did he come through? That's the fake message. now Ellis is just catching strays in here as well. The Utah Jazz journey every week. Yeah, it's like, just stay strong. Get him right down. Yeah, 45 caps without scoring is quite surprising for a striker. That's what? Yeah, that is a good point. Is he not playing as a striker for them? That's crazy. To Ben Gibbs. You see, now that Rose is in town, Ben Gibbs is absolutely in the mud. He wants to be recalled. We won't allow that to happen. They're paying your wages. I will not stand for any of this. God, we're just doing like... It's just Tuesday, like Wednesday, Sunday for us lately. But we do keep coming through. We even lost a game today. Jeez, we haven't actually played that many games today. My apologies, chat. I think it's just because January. God almighty. Have I got this guy dev listed? Right, I don't. I just want to stop having to agree to all these loan deals for him. How many different clubs have put bids in on him at the moment? All of them. Amazing. I will basically say I will not watch Away Days again until he does ED City. There's no reason why he would do. Because, wow. It's weird. Every time they're like, hey, he's making really good development, I go on his profile, and all I can see is like orange arrows. Freiburg. Nice. So we're still doing European scout for quite some time now, which would be great actually when the summer comes around. If we haven't already signed anyone good already at that point. Right, that's a lot of players that need to be swifted out a little bit. Mekawar's back now, which is good, but Karachea will come straight back into the lineup. And Almada, who is on a booking, but he's been insane this season. Doesn't even know what it's like to live with patella tendonitis. You don't want that. That does sound painful. Steiny back in as well. Christ, who am I putting alongside? Is her whole... He has been a bit whiffy lately, but he's still the guy. And Marquez back in again. Marquez back in again. And then right-hand side we'll have Pajic, Thiago Enrique. God, we really did play a very weakened lineup that last game. I'm actually surprised we got away with that. Let me just make sure the bench has got an extra player on it now that we can. And isn't missing anyone random. Oh, God, it is. Oh, it's Pineda's injury. That's fine. Not too bad then. We just get rid of that. Put 2 more guys back on the bench. Bilal for one of them, for sure. And, well, it's a lot of bad morale, which suggests that the B team is still getting absolutely humped week in, week out. No, Nikolic is one of these players that seems to be fair, he has had an injury for a little while, so he's only just come back into the lineup. He's a very good player. Although it does seem like he maybe doesn't have the ceiling, which is potentially what we were worried about, but that's okay. Somebody eventually will come through and take that role. Plan for Thursday? It depends, really. It could be youth intake, but I think it's unlikely just because we've got so many extra games to do at the moment because of all the Conference League stuff. So what it will definitely be is Conference League knockouts. But the Conference League has actually added on like 2 streams worth of extra games to this season because of having to do like the group stage, the playoff round, then potentially, God knows how far we're going to go in it. But it seems like we're one of the favourites for it now, which is terrifying. A move. Oh, you're moving, James. No, you see, I need Pog on my shoulder for that. Maybe Thursday. We'll just do like a massive long stream. No, the knockout draw hasn't even happened yet. Because obviously we get to skip around. Oh, that's a great strike from Luis Reyes. Okay, we could really not do with losing to Sporting Gijón. Cabrera can't play against us, right? Because that would be a bit worrying. I'm assuming no. But maybe there's some hidden rule I'm not familiar with. Let me just put this in here. Yeah, we can't really afford to... Just making sure. These aren't a bad side either. But yeah, I don't think the draw's happened yet. Oh, Almada. Oh, just wide. Confident. Oh, fair enough. So I've got to take my car into the mechanics on Friday, so that's going to be fun. Just lots of drive. Oh, I'll use it as an excuse to go see my parents anyway, which is never a bad thing. Go on, Raul. Here we go. Oh, look at the players. It's a 5-on-1. If we don't score or get a good chance off of this, I'll be livid. Marquez is through. Can he bury it? Yes, he can. That is beautiful play. I haven't seen the geese for a while, James. One of the downsides with the foot injury is less running and then less walking as well. So I've not been going for as many walks either. Is it nice weather now? Oh, it actually is not as bad as it was this morning. But yeah, less geese have been seen by me as of late, which is disappointing. That was a great counter-attack, though. We are playing against a goosey team, though, right now. I need to start getting someone to design that tattoo for me, really. Just that way I've got it prepared, just in case. In case of emergency, break glass for the goose tattoo. Ooh, okay. I love that. Catches it, goes to the knees. He's gone full Spanish Jordan Pickford. Jordan Pickford. That sounds more French, really, but still. Pablo is having a time of it. I'm so glad we made that tiny tweak to the fullback situation because it's allowed Pablo to get a lot better. Oh, go on. Drop it across. Back on your left foot. Bang. Oh. I think he actually probably should have just had a go there. Learning geese aren't real. No, don't tell me lies like this. Yeah, I finally get medication. Go down to see the geese and then there's just nothing there. Turns out the river was also a lie. It's just like a B road. That would be heartbreaking. Don't even say these things to me. Interesting look on. It's just because we're unsure exactly what it is, Kyoto, whether it is like some kind of quite severe tendonitis or whether it was a stress fracture. I don't think it is a stress fracture because I think it's stopped hurting too quickly and has been able to run on too fast for that. Unless it was insanely minor and I'm actually now risking making it worse. Or whether it's something entirely different. Maybe I'd actually like tweaked a tendon. I don't know. It seems like I'll get one injury, recover from it, and then, yeah, straight back into the next one, which is good. Doctor's appointment, maybe. I'm a person that is reticent to go to the doctors at all. I threw a dog into traffic. No, I rescued a dog from traffic. How dare you? Ooh, I like that little flick on header. We have started to grow into this game quite nicely, which means inevitably they're going to score on this play because someone's going to not track their runner. And here it begins. Just ball across, tap in, goal. Yeah. Okay. I mean, when it comes to doctor's appointments, just imagine, I think how long it took me to get the doctor's appointment. And even that technically didn't even require an appointment in the end. That took me months. So I'm a slow boy. I put things off. I like a good procrastinate. I'm starting to regret saying that we haven't lost today because it looks like we're now about to. Oh my God. Bad defense. That was just bad defending. We score quite a lot of goals like that in fairness ourselves. So we finally got poisoned by our own poison, I suppose. Not to push too much in the Cup. That's the thing. That's why I took the time off. I stopped my plan entirely. And I've reset to a brand new plan. I'm not going to do that half marathon that I was going to do. Because luckily I hadn't actually booked it yet. Instead, I'm going to do a half marathon in the end of August. Because Pog's doing the 10K that same day. So that gives me an extra little bit of time, like quite a lot of extra time to train for it too. That's going to be offside. So that way, it should give me more time. But it was just bad times over the last couple of weeks of not being able to run during the week. It was just ruining my mood. Just not being able to get out of the house and do stuff like that and just give me that good start to the day. I'd kind of taken for granted how important that was for my mental well-being. Even just being able to like do a nod at a stranger as you run past them. Like just little interactions like that are weirdly important. We are losing here, which is disappointing. Far more than I did the training. I really like the training, but that's mostly just because it's an excuse for me to get out and listen to podcasts. At the point, it wasn't painful at all, actually. The issue was just that I was worried about doing too much of that would then exacerbate it further, so I just didn't do any at all. I just purely rested it. But like when I did that 19K that was where I hurt my foot. From a cardio standpoint, with the excuse, like if we just take the foot pain off the table, I could have easily. I felt completely fresh enough to do an extra 2K on that I could have gone back up to the top speed, and that would have been a half marathon PB if I just carried on like that. That was just a training run. My fitness was actually in a really good place. It still is. It's only been 2 weeks, but I was just quite proud of that, considering I never thought I'd be able to get back to that level of fitness for me. 20,000 steps a day is insanely good. That's very, very good. Pog does that most days because obviously she works in retail, so she's just constantly walking around. Right, let's see. Portea, he's been a bit whiffy lately as well. Karachea's had a bit of an off spell too, actually. That needs to be pointed out. And he needs to be embarrassed. Maybe Pajic for Nikolic. God, I wish I had Mbala at this point. But oh well, I've loaned him to Charlton. Them's the breaks. Can we not lose to these lads? Ooh, short corner maybe? Short corner, what am I talking about? Short free kick. Oh, drop it across. It's simple. I must admit, it's obviously an equaliser, but that goal is so stupid. Like, you should not be able to score a goal like that in FM. It's nice to see us finally score one of these, but look at the way that their defence reacts to this. They just stand there, holding a high line, but nobody follows any of the runners in any way, because they still think that they're defending a free kick. It's so stupid. But at least we got the equaliser out of it, and it's nice to have us manage to pull one of those off for once, but it is really frustrating to see. It's the biggest thing that needed changing out of this year's match engine. But if we grab the winner out of this now, that would be a very nice play. Go on, whip it across. I'm feeling a Raul winner in here somewhere. Or a banger from Steinmetz out of... Oh, drop it back. Go on, pull it back. Oh, Nikolic again. Super sub. Off the bench, scores twice in 5 minutes. That was a weird-looking goal as well. We've turned it around against Sporting Gijón. This team is legitimately really good. Like, I love that play. The fact that he doesn't pull this back and actually looks for Henrique instead... I mean, he gets very fortunate with the way it comes to him there, but that's just... Oh. I just really like this team at the moment. Like, I like watching the way that we play. I like the build-up. I like the players within this team. I like watching them grow to become better footballers. It's just quite entertaining for me. Oh, shit. Yeah. So, what I don't like so much is when that happens. That was about as stonewall as a penalty has possibly been. He's just completely taken his out... That was like a hip check. That's a 2-minute minor, that is. I'm suddenly less enthused with Thiago Henrique. He didn't even get the assist for that goal. Come on, Socorro. And now Socorro saved the penalty as well. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. They have been shafted here quite a bit. But it's nice to see it happen to someone else once. Oh, that was the last sub, wasn't it? Deary me. Yeah, VAR needed to have a closer look in case he'd thrown himself over there. And we've been the better side. Socorro is... It's nice to see him start getting a few penalty saves as well. I want that kind of energy from him. It's going to come in handy when we're in the Champions League and constantly giving away penalties due to our reputation. Oh, look at that from Nikolic. What do you reckon? A hat-trick off the bench for Nikolic. It's because I doubted him before the game. Oh, Meka wasn't a great... Oh, here we go. Just drop it inside. He's open. Raul, finish it. Oh, what a save. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's buying him dinner for a week after that. Particularly if we get the win out of it. We've been quite good on the counter-attack in this game. Like, really good. Maybe that's just the way they play has allowed us to be better on the break, but damn. Good touch. Pueyo's already on a much better rating than Enrique. And this would put us not out of the conversation for Champions League places. I think it's unlikely that we'd get that 5th Champions League spot just because of the way that Spain's coefficient has been lately. But, you know, it's nice to still be in the conversation where at least Europa League is looking like a really strong possibility for us if we carry on like this. Oh, shit. Oh. Let's just pretend that didn't... You know what? Actually, fuck it. I'm going to go get a drink while that happens.
What the f*** was that?
Decided to pro-strat it. Just bring the bottle up. Saves a bit of time. Saves a glass as well. So that was good good defending there from Vanderlei. I get the feeling we weren't supposed to win this game and Socorro somehow beat the system. Immense. Ah, dear. So much for Europa League. It's the amount of chances we have. Like, why on earth does... Oh, no, Bilal doesn't head this, does he? But then, what is this from Vanderlei? Why is he doing that? Take the bottle down. Yeah, but that's fine. I can take a bottle down, but I don't have to wash the bottle up. Straight in the recycling bin. Yeah, that's just annoying. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't you even think about it. Wait, if we somehow won this game from here, this would be insane. Look at the counter-attack again. Come on. Find that right pass. That's not the right pass. It'd actually somehow make it even more satisfying. Oh, God. Come on, somebody, just dive in on him. Oh, please no. Good save from Socorro. I guess we'll have to settle for a 3-all draw. It's an away point, right? That is disappointing, though. Particularly as this was the first team. Ah, God. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Why are you making 3 subs in the 95th minute? What is the point of that? Right. I would say in the end I can't begrudge them, but I emphatically can. Because even with those goals and the penalty miss, we were still the better side. Jesus Christ. We've had some real issues today. We've had some pretty unfortunate results going, like that Osasuna draw as well, where they had 1 shot and 10 men for the entire game, basically, and we still drew. Ay, ay, ay. We've dropped a few unfortunate points. I wonder if this is just the game getting us back for the fact that we're 2 points above our expected points. It's just trying to balance out a little bit. I mean, we're still right in that battle, but it feels like we're winning a lot, and yet not really gaining any kind of a gap. Frustratingly. 1? Wow, we got to... He's actually got 6 goals and 14 assists this season. Good lord. Yeah, Raul's overperformance of his XG is what's exciting to me. And his expected goals per 90 is increasing. Really nicely too. Anyone else? Like Pablo Marquez is ahead as well. Wait, Ayose has 4 goals for the B team, obviously, but that's good to see. Is he tall? 12. Okay. Brian Quinn's doing well for them. Well, he sort of is. Pajic needs to up it a little bit. Like, he's done okay, but he's got to be scoring a few more goals for us. Yeah, but he's getting there. Slowly but surely. It certainly was. Yeah, true. We were owed a bit of karma for that heinous penalty. That would be Ayose you're thinking of that time. No, Ian. Oh, speaking of Ayoses, looks like there's going to be a Vanderlei and Ayose partnership up next as well. And we'll be without Ballo. What will we do? Yeah, Enrique with 8 assists is very good. Karacha's got 9 assists this season so far. That's pretty solid as well. Pueyo's got 4. Now, hang on. How many of those are for the first team, though? Oh, wow. Sorry, he's in the first. He was at all of them. I forgot that he wasn't considered a second teamer this season. That's pretty good, too. The Kraken with 2 goals and 3 assists as well is very tasty. I'm just immensely impressed with Marquez this season. 14 assists. What was his record last year? 6 goals and 7 assists. This year, 6 goals, 14 assists. So that little tweak has... He's more effective as a finishing, like as an attacking threat for scoring goals himself. But he's also become an immensely more useful option as far as creatively, which is great because it means he's creating goals for other people. Barry, yeah, you can go there. Socorro progress. Well, I haven't looked at him for a little while, actually. He's training all right, though. Humble King, thank you very much for the follow. I've been called similar, I haven't. His physicals still aren't very good, but he is still only 17 years old. Wait, we have 5 away games on the bloody hell.
Train coming anytime soon? Oh, yes.
Let the losses begin.
They are
Actually,
building it now.
Jesus. These are some serious upgrades in 2 years. Up 4 in decisions, 4 in positioning, general technical attributes going through the roof as well, in crucial areas as well, which is really, really good. And Morley, thank you for the follow. Where's the from 26? Good luck. Still no news. And honestly, you're unlikely to see anything about it for like another 3 months. My prediction is early September, maybe, if we're lucky. Have we already played any of the away games, or is this just the beginning of the away games spell? Jesus! You're right, yeah. 3 more to go. Not easy as well. I simply don't foresee any... I mean, obviously no one foresaw a scenario where they cancel FM25, of course, but I think knowing what we know now, I could foresee no scenario where they cancel FM26 or whatever the hell it's going to be called, right? Because there is no way they'd be able to recover financially from not having a game for 2 years. It's where you can see... Yeah. I had the exact same problem, Morley, when I was managing Atalanta about 3 years ago in a save exactly like this, to the point where I ended up having to put foreign and non-foreign in the nicknames of my players just so I could remember who was who when I was signing people. Yeah, I think... Can't wait. I mean, to be fair, like... FM24 has outstayed its cycle. Its expected cycle was the year that it had, right? But I'm actually still finding it fine. Luckily, I just enjoy the game a lot, so that has really helped. Like I always say, if it was a different FM, we'd be in a much different scenario, I think. It just so happens that this one is extremely good, so it kind of gets a pass in that sense. I really want to know more about that random dude at FC Minsk here, because it's still 5 stars it's showing, and he's 16 and Belarusian, which is just different. Yeah, I mean, I saw a lot of stuff about that, but the reason, like, people were saying, oh, why didn't they announce this on the FM socials? Because if they did, right, all people would be complaining about is that it is an FM26, and they'd be saying, oh, you're taking resources away, when obviously they're not, right? But you know how it is, right? Harvey Elliott. Goulet. Of course, does he not count? FM24 is very good. I'm hoping that it's going to give them a chance to make it really, really good. Like, maybe there was a chance that it could have, FM25 with a bigger delay could have come out, but they went, actually, fuck it, let's just delay it and actually make FM26 even better. I agree, Suspect. I always feel like pre-ordering stuff is a bad idea, but Particularly when they don't. A lot of the time, FM are quite bad for this. Where they don't. They will announce pre-orders, but don't announce anything about the game other than that it's existing. Like, for example, last time when they took pre-orders, and then cancelled and then like delayed it 5 months, like a week later. That was immense. Yeah, it definitely has to be decent. Jenny van der Hayden. Oh, I thought that was his pace at 15 there. Sorry, at 18. He's a decent-ish player. I just think his mentals are incredibly poor. A free Lamine Yamal. Or like a Teddy? Benjamin Padilla. I've looked at you before, haven't I? Yeah, you're just a bit mid. 16 though, to be fair, so we'll give him a chance. Oh, I've got this sorted the wrong way, haven't I? Although I don't think... Oh, actually, Partisan. Hello. Not convinced. We haven't got a roadmap yet. That's true. I think they don't really do them. They make a rod for their own back when they constantly talk about like transparency, this and that and the other, and then fail to live up to that repeatedly. But then, hey, who can I'm not exactly going to be one to talk about broken promises now, am I? Just you wait till the charity stream and the merch comes, Chad. Then we'll be on to something. Anyone new in here? Well, maybe a couple, but they're both at Freiburg, which is going to be complex for us. Kavlichenko's already signed for us. As in, the deal is agreed, but he can't join until he's 18 because he's coming from South America. Footballer in plushie form, who would it be? Joe Bryan. Obviously. MLS say, wait, when did I say that? Oh, MLS, sorry. I never promised this. Except we all know that I unfortunately did. But luckily I have a habit of forgetting these things. The Champions... Oh, no. Harv and I are going to do the Club World Cup podcast, Bill. A tournament I care about even less. Usual suspect? How dare you? It definitely wasn't the 5th season of MTK. I never made one for that. It was like Treaty, wasn't it? Pretty certain it was Treaty. Might have even been Tromsø. Can't remember. You're doing unfortunate. I think it was season 1 of Tromsø. Sevilla. Oh, that's going to be tough, actually, away at Sevilla. Particularly with the fact that we put all our eggs in the basket of winning that last game, and now here we are. Our AHL podcast coming. Just be a Colorado Eagles podcast at that point. I got some Coq Rottier merch. Yeah, there you go. Wait. As if you've just fished this out of the ether. One day I am actually going to do an MLS 7. You're not ready for it, chat. Let me tell you. I just realised that I was like, why can't they see me? And I was realising, yeah, because obviously, Matt, you're hiding yourself with yourself. One day I am actually going to do an MLS 7. You're not ready for it, chat. Let me tell you. Right, so tell you why it doesn't count. Different room in it. That wasn't me. Just wasn't me. Ever get to a game? Hey, that isn't my fault. Every time I try to get to an ED City game, something just goes wrong. Yeah, I could do a podcast about, well, actually just any of the many... Oh, wait. Are they still kicking off? Oh. Well, can't I have been Barak? I mean, we may have to start some of these guys in future, actually, then. Unfortunately. Is that straight red card, dude? Exactly. He's my nemesis. Nothing he says matters. I love that you remembered that you'd clipped that, though. Oh, he's finally picked a loan, then. He's one I want to watch closely, mostly just because I still don't think he's ever going to be that much of an important player for us because of his height. Now, he may have a glow up. Oh, sorry, if he grows like 2 inches and gets like an extra 3 jumping reach, maybe. But the tackling isn't that good either, and that's unlikely to improve a great deal. But the thing that the game is valuing him at like £20 million, which is why I'm more interested. What did I get? Oh, £30 million release clause. Okay. I don't think anyone's paying that anytime soon, to be fair. That reminds me. I need to not go on that screen. That's the wrong one. Although there's a guy here called Lucas Gasser of Holstein Kiel. Bang on the bathroom floor. I was red-handed, you know. And other Shaggy-related jokes. Please tell me that they've signed a guy yet. Oh. So that means Multicock turned down the contract offer from that club. I left him alone so that he'd hopefully sign for them, and then he just didn't. Red ass cheek. Needs to wipe better. Off he goes as well. Corners is happy, promise kept. Good, 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 good. They caught me on the counter. I don't think I could even climb on our kitchen counter. The cupboards are too low. I'd have to squeeze right in next to the toaster. Or maybe the microwave when we finally get one. I must admit, didn't realise how important a microwave was until, well, I didn't have one. It makes baking a lot more difficult than you'd expect. And you're thinking, what? What does that even mean? But like when you have to like soften butter and stuff, do you know how I've been softening butter enough to melt it for baking? I've literally been getting a pan with a tiny bit of water in it, putting the Pyrex bowl over the top and letting the steam from the pan melt the butter into the bowl. Because apparently I live in the 1950s. Atletico are actually going to win the league this year, aren't they? The half method, exactly, yeah. That's what you do it on your chest. Well, I don't know. But surely it's not going to melt all the way through. What I used to do before I decided that was the thing, I just put it in the window, just in the direct sunlight, just on the window ledge. And before that, I just didn't even bother trying to melt it. I was just bashed away at it. I mean, eventually it softened up enough anyway, but it's just much easier if the butter is already melted. Whatever suits you. True. In the window like it's 1532. Damn straight. Some of the houses around here still looks like it is. That's not true at all. A lot of them is new builds. Ibu Gomez. Are you likely to play anytime? Good God, he's got huge value. See, he's yet another of the number 10s we've got. We've got an abundance of number 10s. The friction of bashing it does genuinely warm it, yeah. But it just takes a long time and I get a sore arm, you know. Don't want to be doing that much spooning on a given day. Whatever gets me to muffins slightly faster is always a good thing. I really like making muffins, but they are a bit of a pain. Oh, the skin, it's SAS25. If you do ! skin, you will get a link for it. Have we finally won a game with the B team? Buala scored, Rodash, Fernandez, Buala, and Angel. He was one of the guys from the original Youth Intake of Godness as well, wasn't he? The warmer, I guess, is true. Is that going to put us out the relegation zone? It does! Finally. We're coming back. So, thing is, I don't even have any room to put a microwave anywhere. I don't know where I'd put a stand mixer. I guess the cupboard, probably. Some more proper context, that's why. I'm amazed I've managed to stream for 5 years without that existing, Johnster. And in a way, I've dodged it pretty well, considering some of the heinous shit that comes out of my mouth. I guess we have the quote bot for that. Right. Oh my God, this team is absolutely knackered. Kraken in. We need a relatively good lineup, though, just because of who our opponent is. Actually, the rest of them are okay. Except for Armada, who's suspended. Which is fine, because we just bring in... Wait, can I not right-click? Oh, I can. Where is... I guess Vanderlei. I was looking for Martinez when he's literally in the team. Well, no, instantly. How hot is your mouth? She's got like 1,000-degree mouth. Are you a dragon, by any chance? How ice cream not melts. Really, in order to get that appointment, I probably should have just taken that clip to the doctors and gone like, do you know what? Maybe I need help. And then they'd been like, right on through, sir. That should have been the biggest sign of it all, really, shouldn't it? The rest of the team actually thinks it's going to be okay. You can't play because you're in another game today. And so are you, actually. Ooh, shit. Okay, I might have to start bringing you to the first team next season if we're going to progress with that. Who have we even got available for this? Wow, that's not a lot of players. Holy Christ. In that case, it might end up being Svenny Boy. We're obviously playing on the same day as our B team today. Wait, I can put another guy on the bench too, actually. Because it's not the Copa del Rey and weird. The truth is out there. God, what's this? But... I'm furiously masturbating the entire stream. I see this a lot of the time because you rarely ever see my hands, but I'm furiously masturbating the. I guess I have another question. Beyond the obvious, why am I wearing a coat? Like I'm wearing a full-on like coat there. Like how cold was it indoors? That's like a massive jacket coat thing. I still have that downstairs. Like that is a proper like I'm going out and it's cold outside type of coat. It was unsuspected. It was very John Motson, actually, yeah. It threw me as well, just because of the fact that... oh, Wait, did I not? Oh, well. We say the word followed by... Remember. I'm remembering again. Indeed, why was I wearing a coat in my room? That's still like my going out jacket. For when I'm feeling my Billy Big Bollocks. I dressed it off the street. Yeah, there's actually a Lancaster bomber on my driveway. Oh. Wait. Oh, is that? Oh, James found it. Wait, one sec. And the great thing about ice cream is that it not melts. Yeah. Freezes is the word I was looking for. We'll get to a game in a minute, chat. I promise. It not melts. Jesus. Oh, not. I'm a bit of a not melt, aren't I? On the squad screen, I think it's just the default SAS one, Wico. I think. Pog in the call. Well, you know, that was. I think that was when Pog was furloughed. No, it can't have been. That was that was more recently than that, wasn't it? Just on a one day of having to pay very close attention to what I'm up to. She does that every time she comes on stream, you know? Just think of all the horrendous things that I've said while Pog was in the room. The bowling ball clip, for example, and the buy whore, and there was another one as well, actually. Oh, please don't score here. Oh, come on, Socorro. And the motorboating one, too. Words not load. No, that was just a normal day, James. You see this every single stream where words don't load for me. One day, it'd be nice if I could actually finish a thought. I actually do quite look forward to that potential possibility. Sometimes I doubt myself. Yeah, pretty much. The other night, Pog was just like, sometimes I wonder if chat think that you're just putting this on stream. And she was like, it's very much not the case. This is just... Actually, one of the reasons I like streaming so much is because, wow, good save, is because I am just me. I'm not, like, putting on a show. Well, I am, because, like, you know what I mean? But, like, it's not... I'm just able to be myself, and I actually quite like that you guys allow me to do that, and I don't have to hide who I am. I don't have to pretend to be someone I'm not on stream, and I kind of like that. A Matobara shirt. I have no idea. As always with these things... The reason it's not happening is, one, because it takes executive function to happen, but also because if I wanted to do something like that, I'd want to do it really well and right, rather than just half-arsing my logo onto a shirt or something, right? I wouldn't want to do that. I'd want it to be something that is, like, really good, and because I'm a perfectionist, that makes it harder to make it happen and such, yeah. I guess so, but referring to yourself as genuine is probably not the way to go about it. Lewd warning. Which one's this one? I realise this has become a bit of a self-wank fest here, but ripped your top again.
I made it bigger.
You made it bigger. There's like, it's like 2 different finger holes there. You're like a bowling ball. Wait, no. Fair enough. But yeah, that was the bowling ball. Horrifying. That's just getting in the way. Yeah, I know. I probably should, but then it's also a case of, like, I simply can't afford to bring in third parties for anything, really. Especially not at the moment. Oh, as if we're going to get a penalty for this. We probably are, though, aren't we? The other one problem is, Beros, I trust no one, not even myself. For example, I had a thumbnail for a bit, but now I'm back to doing that stuff myself again. Come on, Tiago. Oh, it's glorious. Talking about pretty much Epic Bubble, yeah. Bit of CJD. Registration of the words, yeah. But maybe if I had more of an internal filter, I would say a lot less things, and maybe we wouldn't get some quite funny moments from time to time, right? I wouldn't want to be too restrained. Were they actually the team who got that penalty against earlier in the season? Wow, has the referees just got something against Sevilla specifically? Because we've had 1 shot on target in this game, and it was a penalty. We've been absolutely woeful. But if we were to get a result in this game as a result of stuff like that, then I would feel justified given some of the games we've had lately that have been gopping. Yeah, this front line's not really cooking at the moment. Harholt's doing bits, but It's mostly a defensive display today. Oh, here we go. Slip him through. He's in. He's in. He's got the speed. He has to finish this one. Good touch. And that's actually a really rare moment for Raul. Normally, he absolutely buries those. Oh, God, the Chateau Neuf de Flaps. Yep. That was during a Christmas quiz. There's definitely a clip of that. How has he missed that, by the way? He's completely clean through. It's very unlike him, honestly. Which one's this one? I love how they've just got really weird titles, so you have no idea what's actually coming. You do realise I'm going to start my own fucking marina here. Hang on. I've got an idea.
Oh no.
That's fine. It's fine. This will sort it.
That's a whole different.
Jesus Christ. Wait, did I just pause the music there? What's happened? Oh no, it's just changing songs. Oh. Do you remember that sentence? Yeah, this is why I shouldn't be allowed to speak. So you don't need an out of context SYC, because that's just everything I say to begin with. Oh, please no. Oh, did he get a touch on that? He did. Is our plan just to draw all of these away games in a row now? The problem is as well, we can't bring on Jose Garcia for Raul, even if he continues to have an absolute stinker, because Garcia was involved in that B team game today, which we do need. I guess it could be Puello, unless Marquez is going to do us a favour. Ah, damn it, man. I actually still have a feeling we win this game randomly. To explain, how do you even explain that? Oh, nice. Yeah, no. Wait, no, he's still got it back. God, Thiago Enrique is just an absolute workhorse, isn't he? He gets through so much energy in the midfield there. And I bet the feeling he's about to set something up for us too. Somebody's going to find something. Wouldn't it? Yeah, just be the normal clips, I suppose. I need to start uploading some of those old ones to TikTok, frankly. Oh, it's a bad ball. We're going to get punished for this, aren't we? Oh, wow. We're really going to get punished for this? How many players do they want to run through the middle with? Oh, my God. Yeah. Wait, is that offside? I assume he's offside from the original pass, not the guy that actually scored the goal. Also, it feels like this is about the third or fourth highlight we've had in the first 5 minutes of the second half. It's like, hey, you'll extend your stream, but only because the game is not going to end, ever. Mum's a sentient. There is, yeah, I did, like, at the end of each game cycle, I do a Twitch Clips compilation. Obviously, there hasn't been one for this game cycle yet, because it's going to be crazy long. So, everyone on TikTok, yes, the girl who is in a big argument with Manchester City Council over a parking fine, and then is now in a new argument with ITV, which I 100% support her on. It's fucking hilarious. She has such a brilliant way of just getting under their skin. It's fantastic. Lose a European... Yes, if we lose a European final, you have to leave the club, which is why it's risky, considering we're in the Conference League this season. And doing quite well in it, too. Yeah, fuck it, we're gonna run the changes. Got to do something. The new lads will hopefully give us something to complain about here. Yeah, we're right around the sort of time of FM35 coming out, yeah? Do you know what? By then, Usual Suspect, you might get episode 6 of MTK as a recap. I actually fear for people who, like, say you've got my content on, in this case I mean a stream obviously, and you're in the same room as another person who is an unwilling participant in this. I do fear for what they think, honestly. I mean, this is how we ended up with Hold Your Gun Capybara, because of a scenario exactly like that. This game is just surely destined to end in defeat at this point, right? Take your time. I will. I'm sure I'll get a couple more injuries in the meantime. Oh, I've hurt my wrist. What can I say? Oh, mouse is broken again, chat. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Some of these highlights are very, very strange. Which, I don't know, it feels like this game is going to resolve itself in a very bizarre way, just on account of some of these highlights that we're seeing. I guess at least, if nothing else, getting these draws away at these teams is not dropping points to them. At least I don't understand. Yeah. The foot stuff's weird, isn't it? I can see why they would not understand that. They're just not cool enough. They don't understand the field tilt. How has he missed that as well? James, luckily, that's the beauty of archiving. For the most part, all the stuff is still there, except for really old streams. Because I can't remember which save it was I started doing the VODs on Straight Red Card. I think it was Tromsø. So nothing before that exists on the internet anymore. Outside of the Twitch compilation recap video, surely not. Oh! It's 2-1. How have we got the lead in this game? And it's Nikolic again. Jesus, he's the super sub extraordinaire. Wish to see that Cheshire recap. Oh, mate. Tell him to hold on another week. Just, we have no right to be doing what we're doing, but it is kind of nice to see us be able to do this for once. Because usually we're just kind of good. This would be the luckiest win I've had in a very long time in FM. We've had 2 shots on target. One was a penalty. Raul's been appalling today, and Sevilla have had so many chances in this match. But if we were to win away from home at... Oh, no. They're going to deservedly get an equaliser because the keeper's up as well. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The keeper's up as well. Just chip him. Chip him. The goal is open. Nikolic. What are you doing? Why are you running so slowly? If we concede a goal off of this now, I swear to God. No, don't you even think about it. Top 4. Probably not. Oh, what on earth. I'm just going to sit up here until they score. We literally have the goalkeeper on the halfway line, an open goal, and we've let them score an equaliser from it. They deserve it completely, but what on earth? The fact that Steinmetz runs over the ball in the midfield. I can't believe he's not shot there. Do you know what this reminds me of? That player that misses the empty net I think it was for Dallas in that NHL game, and then they go up the other end and score. Words fail me. Like, we didn't deserve anything out of that game, but Christ on a bike, that was 100% Steinmetz. I mean, it was Nikolic's fault because he should have just scored the open goal with no goalkeeper in it. Hemsky against Edmonton, yeah. It's... Oh... Sorry. Yeah. Darwin, yes, maybe. I've not actually seen that happen before. I've never seen... Has anyone actually seen a team score a goal when the opposition keepers come up for a corner? Because I haven't. That's the closest I've ever actually seen it. I wonder if the game just doesn't let players shoot from that distance because it thinks that there's a goalkeeper still in goal and it doesn't know where they are. So they just refuse to shoot, even though it's literally an open goal. Frustrating because now we've dropped down to 7th despite how well we're playing at the moment. But hey, such is life. We are unbeaten in 10 now. Oh, well, that one... Look forward to that one in the Tenerife... The second Tenerife recap. Coming soon to a theatre near you in 2029. End of August, maybe. They do take a long time to make, even when I'm really busting my arse on them. They do just take ages. But hopefully they'll make them good. That is a dreadful way to have to finish stream, but there you go. He did slip, but he has no excuse still because he should have just put the puck into the empty net with the several opportunities he had before he slips. Like, he's skating right up next to the net, but he could have just put it in from anywhere, really. Like, that's the thing about it. We should have had a few more wins today. Our record lately is a little bit drawy for my liking, but we haven't lost a game since Atletico in December. So, and our next game is in the Copa del Rey again. Jesus, you know what? Our next European game isn't until the 5th of March. We've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 league games before our next game in Europe. That's wild. That doesn't even make sense to me. Nevertheless, let's find someone to raid. That's actually crazy. Let's see who we've got this afternoon. Always does it the wrong way around, man. Whenever I have it sorted by recommended for you, it always just puts me at the bottom. And I'm like, you know what? That's a general good rule to have for any viewer, I would say. We're going to raid Kev, because of course we are. Actually, no, we're going to raid Longhurst. Longhurst hasn't been streaming for a while. So We'd like a bit of Longhurst. If I can spell his name right. Disrespect. The Malta database available to download. Yes, it's in the Discord, John, I believe. There's a whole section for it specifically. So I'm pretty certain it is in there. We had to take it off of... it might just be !Malta, John, honestly. There's a chance that if you do !Malta, it might just pop up in chat, because I don't believe I got rid of those commands. But I did do a command clear up at one point, so it might have been deleted, but I don't think it was. So you should... Hang on, let me try it myself. There you go. That's the latest version, the one that we use properly going forward. So yeah, that will be the one that will allow you to actually... So just, you know how the databases work, basically. There's also a multi-save file if you want that instead, but that's a bit more niche, I suppose. Yeah, thank you for joining me today, friends. This has been extremely fun, despite all of the silliness. In fact, if anything, it's more fun because of the silliness. Yeah, write nice things on the VOD, so I wake up tomorrow morning and really will work hard on the on those face cam bits and get it done. Motivate me, damn it! Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Hold your gun, capybara, Carlisle, honey. Where's the button?